Hello. I'm here to submit a new concept to the Bureau. It is a shark wearing a hat. That's it. What do you think? Welcome to Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. Last time a lot of things happened, which has caused me to want to...
Okay, that one passes. The hat is very funny.
Thank you. So much happened last time in Endwalker that it made me want to stream again immediately. On the day after, even though I usually don't do that. The shark is wearing a bowler hat. And the shark has a little fake mustache on. Sometimes it's a top hat. It's a bowler hat that you can press a button on the side of it to make it deploy into a top hat. And also when you do that, the mustache spins around. The shark is capable of pressing this button as well. I don't know what this word means. Doty? That was literally the first text box, a word I don't know. Very strong and brave. Apparently. Well, aren't you a Doty fighter? I'm not one for fighting myself, but if I had one such as you at my side, I would no doubt feel a great deal safer. Sucro is very powerful. So yeah, I guess we just talk to Vana whenever. Did I speak to you before? There's nothing like enjoying the fresh air after being cooped up inside writing reports. Oh, this is the same person I saw yesterday, I think. Anyway, I guess we just go, huh? See you the woman standing in front of yonder building? Her name is Ismene. She's the one who made arrangements for my stay in Elpis, and from what I recall, she's held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insights. Go and ask your questions. I will help with drawing out answers if need be, but I leave the choice of topic up to you. Questions for me? Well, I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment. The following event cannot be skipped. Begin questioning. Greetings, Ismene. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes, and I was wondering if you might indulge her. Certainly, Mistress Vana. Anything to be of service. What do you wish to know? What kind of person is Hermes, or what are Hermes' interests? Well, what kind of person is he? Well, I can only answer from my own experience, but I would describe him as a quiet man, reserved, you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reticent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as chief overseer. The man is a walking archive when it comes to life forms. He can discuss any species in incredible detail, and is the leading authority on concepts with the power of flight. I hope that answers your question. Was there anything else? How long has Meteon been here, or do you know of Meteon's abilities? How long's Meteon been here? Questioning head tilt. I cannot rightly say, as the chief's personal creation, Meteon has not been subjected to observation and study like other concepts. So one day, she was simply there, and what do you make of her abilities? I understand she is a highly unusual familiar, able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies. I wish I could explain her nature in more depth, but I've not had occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes. You wish you knew him better, or do you trust him? Do you trust him? Questioning head tilt. I beg your pardon. I've known Chief Hermes for many years. Though I cannot say we are close, he's never withheld information to the detriment of our duties, if that is what you mean. Forgive us, we seem to have veered slightly off course here. Is there perhaps someone who could tell us more about Meteon? That would be Timaeus. He has a similar expertise with flying concepts, and is more than eager to discuss the subject. You'll find him conducting his observations on the banks of the stream, somewhere to the east. Unless you take a particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. We shall keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and your insight. Think nothing of it. If there's aught else you need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. Nod. Come, Sucro. I think we've taken enough of Ismin's time. You are familiar, yes? Belonging to Mistress Vana? You couldn't have been blessed with a finer master. Not quite, but... I don't entirely remember why we're asking about Hermes and Meteon. Ah, hello. Welcome. Yeah, there's a lot going on at this part of the game. It might feel like you're missing something if you didn't see the last one, I guess. Right. I mean, I thought Hermes kind of explained what he was doing, but I did want to investigate Dynamis more. Our investigation is off to a fine start, wouldn't you agree? From here, I propose that we split up. I shall continue making inquiries with the resident observers. If you could track down the colleague Ismin mentioned. While I did feel compelled to interject once or twice during that previous conversation, you seem more than capable of drawing forth the answers you seek. All I ask is that you watch your footing around the stream. We can meet back here once you finish speaking with this Timaeus. I will start from one side of the compound and make my way through, speaking to as many people as I can. We should have plenty to discuss upon your return. Anytime there's an event with, like, multiple choice answers, or questions in this case, in that style where it's like, you can't skip this, I'm always wondering if I'm choosing incorrectly, but I don't think there was an incorrect choice there. Hey, what's up? Yes, I'm Timaeus, but please keep your voice down. You'll startle the birds. Another question. So what is it you wish to speak about? Is it true you're an expert on flying creations, or what do you think of Chief Hermes' flying creations? Is it true you're an expert on stuff that flies? A fellow enthusiast, are you? Well, settle in and we can discuss the finer points of this fascinating craft. My deep and abiding love of avian artistry can be traced back to when I was but a young boy, stricken by the transcendent beauty of a glorious golden-feathered creature my father had designed. It was then and there that I vowed to one day surpass that masterpiece. Timaeus launches into a rambling and unstoppable discourse. Oh no. And thus did I secure an observer's role here in Elpis, and at last realize my childhood ambition. Here the dreams I once dreamed are an everyday reality in which I find fulfillment through the research and creation of new flying life forms. In a breached recounting of events, as was doubtless to your disappointment, is there any specific part you would like me to expound upon? Huh? You were hoping for my opinion of Chief Hermes' creations? Then why didn't you say so? Because I didn't think it would be a good way to start the conversation. Those beings which soar through the clouds, majestic and graceful, are ever a favorite of creators. Even now, with so many varieties in existence, the flood of newly imagined concepts continues unabated. What sets the Chief's creations apart, however, is how they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high that they disappear from view. others which traverse the boundless sky in moments, and all without riding the currents. I know of none save he who can conceive of such marvels. Even we who prize elegance of form above all else are dumbfounded by his genius. Why not mimic his process, or Medion too is a marvel then? What about Medion? My opinion on that matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for Medion as a concept, I've never delved too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise her abilities are a mystery to me. If Chief Hermes should choose to submit Medion's concept to the Bureau of the Architect, then will the design be registered for public scrutiny. Analyzing a colleague's creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if he came to me, a fellow artisan looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. Do you know of Dynamis and Intellecies, or I could tell you more of Medion's nature if you like. Well, we just heard that this seemed to be a little bit frowned upon, or it's adjacent to something. Do you know about Dynamis and Intellecies? Dynamis and Intellecies? Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here in Elpis which exhibited properties of one or the other? It must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things. Has there been a resurgence in interest? Shake head. Then why bring up the subject? I'm flattered that you sought my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. Now, I really must return to my observations. Surely you have your own tasks to attend to. Well, Timaeus, you seem nice. As I said, I have work to be getting on with. If you wish to speak more, you'll have to wait until I've finished for the day. Benah has probably spoken to like 7 people in the time that took, based on what she said. But you know what? It's fine to talk a lot about something you're really interested in. And it's fun to listen to people do that. Ah, good timing. I finished my own investigations not long ago. So have you any new findings to share? Explaining. I see. Even an expert in the field had little understanding of Medion's capabilities, let alone an awareness of Dynamis. My questions resulted in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Medion as his personal project and could provide no details beyond those which you just told me. Which leads me to believe that the only person with any significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we've made some progress here, but more information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusions. At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of Dynamis, and the Intellecies which can control it. Yet most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth, except for Hermes, it seems. Thus I'm inclined to stay our current course and learn all we can about the Chief Overseer and his familiar. And on that subject, was there aught else of note you can tell me about Medion, aside from her unorthodox method of communication? There are more like her. She has sisters, or she and her sisters were created to journey to the stars in search for intelligent life. Hermes made Medion and her sisters to go into space and look for other life. I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? So these siblings of hers now travel the great expanse in search of deeper meaning. Thank you. Though the mystery at hand remains unresolved, I feel you've touched upon a vital clue, one we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to Perpetia Crystalline, not far from here. Just follow the path to the west. Now that we've brought that up as a vital clue, I'm wondering... like... Indeed, hello and welcome. A surprise stream because I really wanted to see more of this, because I was really interested in where this was going. Now that Vanah has just brought up that it seems pretty important that Medion and her sisters were designed to explore the stars, space, the great expanse, etc., for other intelligent life, etc., etc., etc. I don't know why I'm saying that so much. One possibility that immediately comes to mind for me is that they found something, and that something wasn't a great thing to find, and that triggered the final days somehow. Because, like, one of the major things we don't know about the final days is why that happened. I don't know if that's detailed enough to consider a theory yet, but it does seem to be, like, just connecting all the plot points that I know of and remember. It would make sense if that's where this was going. Because why mention that they were looking through space if they didn't find anything? This game isn't really that fond of red herrings. At least I don't think so. Everything eventually means something, if it's not just like a joke, I guess. This tower and the one further along are both part of Peripateia Crystalline, the facility where they archive all of Elpis's observational and testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magically interconnected spaces which, while fascinating, is not the reason we're here, is it? I shall cut my architectural lesson short and see what those two archivists have to share. If you could find someone to speak with over at the other tower, I shall join you there anon. Hey, it could have happened. If someone calls Sucro a dog, I think she might be very confused. You have questions for me? Certainly. Just a moment while I conclude my current appointment. People have stopped reacting to Sucro as if she's especially strange. I guess, assuming she's a familiar results in a wide range of possibilities. Indeed, so if you could provide a comprehensive log of those behaviors, we should then have sufficient data for our official records. Nod. Now, what was it you wished to speak with me about? The Chief Overseer's personal research project, and by that I assume you mean Medion? Nod. Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Medion appeared, only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Although, I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Galeen shared with me. There's also the possibility that Medion is not actually Hermes' creation and she arrived from space, which would be a little bit wackier. Wackier might not be the right word I'm looking for, but since we're going into details about how we don't know when she showed up, there could be something going on with that, I guess. Questioning head tilt. Ah, Galeen is my partner and a fellow researcher here in Elpis. She was returning late one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes sending Medion heavensward. A host of them. For several days she would speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she'd ever witnessed. That sounds like a story I should like to hear. Hello and welcome. Mistress Vanaw, I thought you'd already returned to the surface. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Pray do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after that task, but I have since become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Would you favor me with a retelling of this sight which so delighted your Galeen? Of course. Or you could hear it from her lips directly if you prefer. At present, she should be observing a subject in Metabesos Thalassae. She does enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the world's oceans, recreated in such sublime detail. I imagine you must find similar joy in indulging your boundless curiosity, Mistress Fana, even though such pursuits must continually and regretfully delay your return to the star. Indeed they do. 'Tis a rest well-deserved and long overdue, I should think. How greatly have we prospered for the wisdom you accumulated during your travels as Azim. And what would Elpis be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed served as the basis of many techniques still in use today. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embody that nature with as much enduring passion as you. I dare say there's not a soul alive more worthy of a return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. I will be honored. Well, shall we take this opportunity to meet with Galeen in person? Nod. Then allow me to reconfigure the door to the archives here. Yeah. I feel like Vana doesn't want to return to the star, and therefore, honestly, Vana and Hermes should just, like, talk to each other, because Hermes also has different ideas about life and death. It will take you up to the Skyway, and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground. That would be most helpful, thank you. Nod. I bet people are constantly telling Vana that she deserves to return, and they will celebrate that day, and she just has to smile and nod all the time about it. The other archivist said naught we hadn't already heard, but this story of Galeen sounds promising. I have opened the path to the Skyway. Once you pass through the door, simply walk straight across to the next tower and ask for admittance to the upper tier. Upon arriving at the upper tier, walk straight across the Skyway and you will find yourself at the entrance to Metabesos Thalassae. Galeen will be eager to share her tale with you, I'm sure. I think seeing the word Skyway just gave me a flashback to... Maybe not like a flashback, I guess. It gave me a memory of when they actually revealed like concept art for Elpis pre-release and then said they couldn't talk about it. If I'm remembering correctly, the concept art for it looked a lot like the Kingdom of Zeal from Chrono Trigger. And like hearing the word Skyway and then like realizing that we're on a bunch of floating islands and whatnot. Yeah, I think this is probably that I'm thinking of when I think of... This is probably that I'm thinking of when I think of that. I say as if that series of words means anything. The tower ahead is still part of Perpetia Crystalline. We will need to ask for passage through to the upper tier. Mistress Fana, just passing through? Then allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there is always an observer or two out on the upper Skyway. As long as we don't run into anyone who's invented Lavos as a concept. I would really love a Chrono series crossover in this game. There's so many ways they could do that. They could make it raids, they could make it a deep dungeon. You could go to the end of time and or the bend of time, which are basically the same thing. One of them has a B in it. There's so many like iconic locations that would work really well as like alliance raids or something, like Magus's Castle, the Tyranno Castle, the Black Omen, the Undersea Palace. I would really like a Chrono Trigger and like maybe a little bit of Chrono Cross thing to happen. That door leads into the Thalassai, but perhaps we can trouble this person for assistance with finding Galeen. Mistress Vana, I was not told to expect. We would have prepared an official welcome. Please, there's no need for fanfare. I only wish to speak with Galeen if that might be arranged. Yes, Galeen, of course. I will inform her immediately. But she may be engaged in a testing phase. You could be in for something of a wait. Should I let her know your business is urgent? That won't be necessary. This lovely view will keep us occupied until she's ready to receive us. For someone who was labeled unhurried observer, they seemed pretty hurried. Oh, I want to explore that island over there. Answers motif again.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view. What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place?
As beautiful as ever. Some parts yes, others not so much, or it's more beautiful here. Well, some parts of it, but not everywhere.
Dark, hidden places, rife with danger. Those have an altogether different, but no less powerful sort of appeal.
Vana wants adventure.
While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures? Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans.
Sure.
But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveler. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account.
That would be a good example of a adventure, probably. I don't know what Sucra would talk about. Nod. Something funny, apparently. Something surprising, apparently. Harshafant emote. She's talking about Harshafant. A little bit. And,
Incredible. Would that I could have been there to see it.
Yep. That much has been revealed in this story, Razir. Vana is indeed the person who becomes Hydaelyn.
Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world.
I was a scholar too once, but I changed jobs a lot, actually.
What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, The more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true, and a presence without, immense yet intimate, fate perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating, how keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath.
Think? Hear, feel, think? Where's the
I
think?
ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now. Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new, and so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people, beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. The moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way. You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
Pray forgive my lateness.
Of course. Interrupted. Sucrose started to say something. I was wondering if I'd be given answer choices. Also, that scene had me... I was getting emotional for that whole bit there. I mean, I do that a lot, but still.
My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, yes, I did.
Yeah. Saying no to that is funny as a thought.
It was in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone, like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling.
As nice as all of these scenes are, and like talking to Vana is and so on, I can't help but wonder why we just don't go back to Hermes and ask him about stuff more. Because it's not like he left. Do we just not want to tell Hermes all this stuff? And we want to figure out stuff without revealing context?
But then another shot up. Then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate.
And I guess that's true too. Hermes probably needs a break. But still.
And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Metea, rather.
Metea? The plural form.
There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests.
I guess he might have reason to lie, yeah, or he might just not want to talk about stuff.
It shouldn't be long now, though.
After this text box, a random Metea immediately crashes down and leaves a crater in the
He
bridge.
often returns to that isle, and
Maybe
I have
not.
a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Nod.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details.
I don't know why, but in my mind, I'm imagining all of the other Metea as just like palette swaps of Meteon. Just like there's one that's all red, shades of red, there's one that's all shades of green, there's one that's all shades of yellow, etc.
Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
There's like a whole Sentai squad of them. Probably.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
All of the Sentai Metea try to combine into some sort of ultimate form, but they just do a silly looking human pyramid sort of thing and then fall over. So, another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we've learned thus far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others, which suggests that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Since we have no reason yet to suspect the former, we should consider the latter the more likely possibility. Proceeding under that assumption, our next step should be to divine why, or even if, he might desire such a terrible fate for our star. I think Vana is theorizing in the same direction that I was, that, hey look, it's a Pegasus. Not to be confused with a Pegasus. I think Vana's theory is moving in the same direction as my guess, that something was found by searching the stars that led to this. I should like to visit the site from which Hermes sent forth the Metea. If we are fortunate, we might find some hint of what drives this research of his. Galeen said she spotted them in the southeast, rising from an isle she could see from the edge. Rescue Pegasus, maybe. We stand at that same vantage point. It should not prove difficult to locate the isle in question. Let's take a look, shall we? Are you suggesting that all Pegasi in the future are imposters? I guess, in a sense, they would be if they were descendants of the Pegasus. They wouldn't be... They would be, in some sense of the word, imposters of them. Not in the sense of the word commonly used, but in the sense of the word that one might insist upon if they were searching desperately for a joke. Anyway. Oh, right. I'd already forgotten that Boss Fate Corrals are here. There we go.
I don't know, that sounds pretty Pegasus to me, Robin.
Now, if I were conducting some mystery research, where would I go? Ah, what about that one? Have you the means to fly? 'Tis quite a distance away. Nope, I haven't attuned to all the ether currents yet. Inconvenient, but hardly an insurmountable problem. To me, Argos. Dog. Gasp. My friend, would you mind creating a double to carry Sucro here over to that island? Stubborn creature. There's no place on this great star we have not together traveled, and still he remains obstinate in the presence of strangers. Argos has rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. What? You've ridden him before? Your before meaning my after. Not at all confusing, that. Interesting. It is certainly not unthinkable. But speaking of the here and now, the quick solution is for us to face off in a sparring match. What? Demonstrate to him that you are capable of holding your own against me in battle, and you should convince Argos that you're worthy of his back. My dog only respects violence? What? And yeah, I think someone did mention that it was surprising that Argos was friendly. And besides, I might even teach you a thing or two in the bargain. I don't know, I'm at level cap. You seem doubtful, but useful lesson or not, it will certainly be a moment to remember, a memory of the distant past to cherish. What say you, traveler out of time? Choose your battlefield. I will do what I must, and if this memory turns out to be a bad one, select your stage. Choose your character. I admire your confidence. Clear your mind and prepare your weapons. I will await you at the clearing over yonder. I didn't expect this. I did hazard a guess last time that we would end up in a dungeon with Vana as a party member. But I didn't expect a duel. Ah, it's a full duty sort of duel. That makes sense. What do you think, Argos? The entity is identical to the one you encountered in Mare Lamentorum, except this Argos is pointedly ignoring you. Sons the duel. Good one. Okay. Shall we begin? Be warned, I'll not go easy on you. Well, I don't know what to expect from your... Oh, interesting music here. Hey, wait a minute. I did see that you had a sword earlier, but I didn't know you had a sword and shield. Oh. Vocal song. I didn't know we would... I guess the Warrior of Light officially being a paladin in this expansion works pretty well here, huh?
Let neither side hold back. My blade sings!
Cool move. True blink. You know what? That makes sense. Hey, it's Circle of Scorn, but oh, okay, it does that, apparently.
My blade sings!
It sure freaking does! Alright. I don't know how this works if you're not a tank, considering I died instantly as a tank. But alright, sure.
Let neither side hold back. My blade sings!
I mean, I didn't know they were going to be moving AoEs. Oh, there are markers for that. I didn't know there were. I didn't notice the markers before.
My blade sings!
Yeah, I just didn't notice the markers.
I shall have to try something different.
I don't like the sound of that. Also, my Requiescat never happened for some reason. Oh, you've switched to monk.
No quarter.
You're right, that's not quarters, that's thirds. Oh wait, no, you're dancer. My mistake. I think monk has kind of a similar idle stance.
I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I.
Okay, now you're a black mage, I think. No, white mage. I don't know why I keep mixing these things up. I should know this. Well, that doesn't look good for me. It's fine.
Prepare yourself.
Oh, it's following me. I'll go over here. Yeah, alright. I didn't do that correctly. That's fine.
Very well. Let us move to the final trial.
She begins to siphon ether? Oh. Well, this is bad. I messed up. Okay, I don't know how you do this and at a decent pace. What? Well, I lose, probably. Lamau. What if I am invincible, though? This is probably gonna take too long to resolve.
Shed your burdens and show me your strength of will.
Sorry, I can't. Your mechanic is bad. Cool limit break, though. I'm dead, right? Like, that's 100% death because I... No? Yes. Hey, I don't like that part of your fight, Vana. I think that's dumb. As a paladin, I don't do enough damage to delete those quickly. I'm tempted to switch it to very easy because I had a bad first impression of that one last thing. Maybe I'll try normal one more time.
Let neither side hold back.
It's calibrated to your job. Well.
My blade sings!
This has broken a streak that I had of, like, completing trials on the first try.
My blade sings!
You have unique status
Impressive.
effects.
I shall have to try something different.
Heros' mantle, armed with the hero's blade. Mouse's mantle, armed with the Muse's war quoits.
No quarter. Have a taste. I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I.
Armed with a Magus's staff. Which is interesting because Magus is more of a black magic class in older games.
Prepare yourself.
So what is the solution here? Yeah, okay.
Very well. Let us move to the final trial.
She got that one. I lose. There's no way. No, it's red now. I was saying I lose because there were too many close to her.
Shed your burdens and
Hey, I
show
think
me
this part of the fight is
will.
balanced wrong. I could already tell I would not be able to destroy them in time. Hey, I think this part of the fight is not done correctly. I think they made a mistake. You could probably make some excuse like they're trying to show that Vana is super powerful. I'm making this very easy because I'm done with this already.
Let neither side hold back.
The things that frustrate me the most in video games are situations where I don't know how I'm supposed to do anything. Like, I tried as much as I could. The other thing that frustrates me the most in video games is when the problem is at the end of a long sequence that you can't skip any of. If there were checkpoints in the fight, then maybe. But no, you have to like do like an 8-minute fight to get there. It's probably not that long. I don't know how much time it was. What am I doing? Getting impatient. That's what I'm doing.
Sings. Impressive. I shall have to try something different.
Am I gonna get through your health bar before you actually get through all your phases because of the very easy? That's funny. I'm going to feel like I didn't genuinely defeat this correctly. So in some ways it's a lose-lose situation because I feel like I can't win, but I'll feel bad because I couldn't win.
Have a taste.
It doesn't feel legit because I set the difficulty really low after 2 attempts at the intended one. I think it's difficult to say that something is objectively too difficult.
I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I.
Hey. Hey, Vana, I think it seems that you have some sort of hit point gate of some kind, perhaps. I'm noticing. Hey, at least we found this. This is kind of funny. No, you will do the whole fight.
Prepare yourself.
I'm kind of assuming that the ether that we have to destroy is going to have less health as well. Otherwise, this will not be any help at all. The idea of saving all of your burst resources for the final phase would make more sense if that's how the game worked, but it's on a 2-minute burst cycle. And that too. Yeah, it's that the game is not designed for saving your burst. It's designed for using it. Maybe this is a meta joke about how the game used to be designed a different way because this is the distant past.
Let us move to the final trial.
I guess that makes sense to focus on the red ones. Even with very easy, I can't get all of these. Look, she actually got one still. You need skill speed for this. Also, for some reason, my mechanics aren't working? Requiescat is supposed to give me the full... Oh wait, I'm not level 90. Never mind.
Break your chains, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will.
It is funny to me that the camera makes her voice like fade out for part of that line.
You still stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough.
You can't kill her. She just stops after that. I guess that makes sense. I think that last part of the fight is not well designed, but I think otherwise the fight is pretty cool.
'Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you.
Wait, you were trying to kill me? Why?
One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azem when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, her strength was astounding. As is yours. 'Tis plain you have weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest. It seems we have both learned much on our journeys.
I learned how to change the difficulty setting. What? Oh, right, there's a dog. Double dog.
Well now, I dare say he has warmed to you.
Dog sound.
A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
Bark. Woof. Argos will soon have us standing on the very spot where the Mattia made their departure into the night sky. With luck, we will learn something of Hermes' intentions. My hope is that we find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion. Then we might have Hermes and his considerable expertise working for us rather than against us. A flower upon your return. Let us move over to the edge before mounting, shall we? That will allow Argos to catch the currents rising up from below and give us a smooth ride over to the isle. I suppose I could have tried during that fight to like save stuff, but honestly, I don't know if that would have helped much. Because I think the phase with all of the ether that you have to stop her from absorbing goes longer than your burst phase does. So I guess you could try to use the burst phase partway through it. But I feel like even if it is tuned to some classes or jobs, I feel like just by the nature of how some of the jobs work, it's gonna be more difficult for some than others. And I don't know which ones would be the easiest for that. Like, cause that's not a problem you can tank through in terms of like damage taken being reduced. And like every single job in the game basically is designed around the 2-minute burst phase. So I don't know if there's one that's relatively more constant. I mean, with like ranged options, you can at least hit the stuff without being next to it. But it was mentioned that a machinist was having difficulty as well. So I'm not sure. Climb onto Argos's back and we can be off. You know, I honestly cannot remember the last time he carried anyone but me. Argos motions to his back with his muzzle. You've been given the go-ahead to hop on. Dog. Isn't this pleasant? Argos certainly seems to think so. Now, what was the name of that tree? No, something. Notophorion. Quite a striking specimen, is it not? What's this island over there dedicated to a big rock? Brace yourself for the landing. I wouldn't want you tumbling off at the last moment. They changed how crit and direct work in 6.2? I forgot about that. Or maybe I didn't know.
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment. The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before?
Wait, are you going to do the echo at me? Oh, interesting. So, if I had made this scene, I think every time the camera switched back over to where Argos was being in the background, like if it switches back to Sucro and you can see Argos in the background, I would have an additional Argos in the background every time and not explain it as a joke. Like right here, there would be a third one.
So you cannot control the power freely. Worry not. I shall assist you.
That would make sense if it was like... Well, if it's calibrated for 6.0 and not changed for future patches, Paladin is stronger now than it was then too, because they got a lot of potency increases.
Come and stand before me. There are two ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory. The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether. As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved.
Sometimes they're etched on crystals, which you can learn from.
Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit. But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
I wonder if Sucro is going to somehow learn from this to use the echo more at will.
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars. Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles. End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness.
Okay, you have a hive mind. Got it. Makes sense for the space scouting purposes. It is also very weird, yeah, to hear that.
Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
Yes. Good tidings at long last.
Hold on. What was that number that you said? Did you say 108 cycles? You sure did. That meaningful number that pops up a lot of times in things. Yep. I double checked what it means. The unity of wholeness and existence.
Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
I wonder how many Metaya units there actually are. Maybe they'll tell us. Because I think it would be interesting if there were the exact number of Meteos or Meteon as there are shards or something of that nature. This is the second time I've called her Meteos. I'm just always thinking about Meteos.
Soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
7 would work too.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
I wonder what answers we will get.
Imagining hundreds of them all standing on this island and then taking off is also funny. Hermes is playing Pikmin. Just chucking them into the air. She goes, wahoo! Like the Pikmin do.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us.
They haven't invented therapists. No one submitted the concept for it because no one thought about it yet. Let me reread this dialogue. We'll know the answers what others live for.
Diverse in form and culture, possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
What exactly do you mean by very special depression, by the way?
Utterly unlike. How?
Well, that's what we're gonna find out, Medion. I mean, ideally.
I have no idea.
I see your SETI joke there.
Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No, I will think earnestly on them all. And I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life. Meteon, though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet, learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples? Covered in syrup?
Her little head tilt after she asks a question. See, I'm still confused because I don't think the fan Daniel that we were dealing with is Hermes, right? Unless the first Fandaniel or the Fandaniel before that one also does something. That's why I'm more confused by this whole set of plot points than I should be. Because, like... What do you mean we're working with? You mean the one that Elidibus was working with? Because that Fandaniel, the Fandaniel we beat up, said that he was Ammon. And Ammon wasn't Hermes. Oh right, the Sundering. Yeah, okay. That's the missing piece that I forgot. I forgot about the Sundering. My bad.
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps...
Rather than food, perhaps the destruction of all worlds. No, probably not.
A flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
Well, that was a cute memory. I think it would be funny if we emerged from the memory zone and Hermes was like right there, being like, hey, what's up? Why are you on my island? That did not happen.
So, what is your opinion?
My opinion is that Medion must be protected at all costs. Hermes wouldn't wish for the final days. Hermes is a gentle soul, and I couldn't say just by this moment alone. I don't think Hermes would want the final days.
I'm inclined to agree. As we had suspected, the two are somehow involved.
Are they?
Yet 'tis difficult to believe that they would deliberately seek to end all life.
I don't know how we've reached the conclusion that they're somehow involved, but I mean, like, that was my speculation earlier, but still.
In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself.
Okay, we are getting to this
If
step.
he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution.
That's probably true.
Then it is settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness.
Ammon is probably, like, the worst parts of Hermes.
'Twould not do
With none
to
of the
let
good
such a
parts.
pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
I'm over here now. There are any number of places where Hermes might be in Elpis. But we could do worse than to look in Ctisis Hyperborea, the largest facility. It stands in Ethoseletikos Boreas, the Northern Isle. I wonder, Sucro, for an institution which claims to studiously research every species destined for release into the world, did you not question how they find room for them all on so few islands? The answer lies with Ctisis itself. I touched upon the practice before back at the archives, where a vast area is stitched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. The same holds true for the interior of this facility and its magically constructed environs. 'Tis there, within those sprawling habitats, that the Chief Overseer and most of Elpis's observers conduct the bulk of their work. Oh yeah, Fandaniel did say he rejected the name of Fandaniel before. Come, the simplest route is via the Neus north of Hoyton Oikos. The Hypersu. Yeah, alright, sure. I suppose there's reasoning that you could make to get to the conclusion that Hermes might be involved. Hello, random Minotaur, I guess. Are you just like a normal enemy, or are you a special enemy? You're just Elpis Minotaur, that's it. Alright, sure. Oh no, my plan to go around the edge has been foiled slightly. I'd also like to state that when I said that Ammon was the worst parts of Van Daniel, that sounds like an unfair value judgment on, like, depression in a way that makes it sound like being depressed makes you a bad person, which is not true. I doubt anyone interpreted what I said as meaning that. And it would be very weird of me to say that considering how much depression that I have. But that's definitely not what I mean. I'm just always thinking about how things can be interpreted, is all. Passage to words I don't know how to say. This appears to be the teleporter Vana told you about. Motes of light hang in the air, suggesting the device was but recently activated. Teleport sound. Ah, good. The Naos acknowledged you as my guest. You should now have the authority to use it as you wish. Yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, Boreal Island, I guess. As for the way to Catasis Hyperborea, we follow this path, then turn left at the crossroads. Yeah, that is also true. Also, he lost, I think it'd probably be more accurate to say that he lost all the good parts than that he got all the bad parts. And the lack of the good parts turned him into the bad person that he was. Like, he lost the empathy. Anyway, building. Amarat motif in the music. Lights on the doors that look kind of like weird hands. A little bit. Here we are, the grandest research facility in Elpis. We should head inside and ask after Hermes' whereabouts. Nod. Also, doors opened? Hermes is at another facility, as we have just discovered. Hello. Furthermore, we've confirmed that his studies into Dynamis, as well as creation of Meteon, were entirely private pursuits. No one else we spoke with appeared to possess the Chief's depth of knowledge on the subject, and neither did we hear any tales of any stolen research. Which means that if Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down an apocalypse, then he might be recruited to help prevent one. Or so saith the illustrious Emmet Selk. You just had to think about it for a while. I figured we were going to meet up with these two again pretty soon. According to your story, the 14 divined the connection between the celestial currents and the final days, but were never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention Hethedaeus' sharp eyes committed to the pursuit of a solution, such an outcome seems inconceivable. The only possible explanation is the nature of the catalyst was so inexplicable that even we failed to perceive it. And what better fits that description than the invisible, intangible Dynamis? Which in turn leads us to our next question. Would you like to join my free company, Sucro? How did Hermes, in his role as Fandaniel, not recognize the subject of his own research? We must assume that he either knew and was unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. To be clear, the Convocation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practiced at perceiving truth, and would have known had Fandaniel lied to us. Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end, of that I am certain. Yeah, it seems there's more to the tale after all. That's sort of stuff that we spent a while figuring out just now. We conducted an investigation of our own, you see. Explain. How comforting. We seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. 'Tis time we brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. Thanks for understanding. Save your thanks. I did not say I believed your ridiculous story. But as Emet-Selch, I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence, no matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I may find it. Hythlodaeus laughing. Guess I have to do this. Do not approach me, do not speak to me, and do not dare presume to treat me as a friend. I am merely carrying out my duty. How lovely, our merry duo has become a quartet. Past disagreements are no reason to reject collaboration in the here and now. I commend Emet-Selch for his practicality. I'm gonna stare at you. Emmett. Gonna have a staring contest. I will win. But actually, I will be right back. And you know what that means. These days, that means only one thing. Well, it means two things. It means that I won't be here for a second, but it also means... It also means that it's broken. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I started it manually. I guess that means I'll have to end it manually, I think. Is that how it works? This must be because I didn't restart my computer before streaming like I do every other time now. Anyway, I'll be right back. Okay. It didn't end automatically, right? Yeah, there we go. Choose outcome. This. Complete. Are you sure this is the correct outcome? Complete prediction. So even if Ghost does a little prank, it still mostly works out. I was very curious to know if it would send the complete prediction command, even though it failed to send the start prediction command. Hades, I have to declare this staring contest a draw, I think. Congratulations to all this voters. Let us continue with the story. I think the time for leisurely exploration is past. If I might have a moment to adjust my vision. There he is, on the next aisle over. Meteon is with him. Hermes appears to be in the midst of an observational study, but I suggest we hurry over before they venture elsewhere. Head straight down the path. We can teleport to Misopsis Euros from the device at the bottom of the slope. Nod. Group nod. Misopsis Euros is interesting in that it's the only region in Elpis which lacks a researcher hub. This is largely due to the nature of its observation sites, within which, I combined the words, they let loose creatures anticipated to be unruly and dangerous. I'd also heard tell that the area is kept deliberately sparse in the event that, well, let us just say that no one should live near the naos which provides access to a certain facility. Oh, you mean like a dungeon, maybe? What, do you expect me to praise you in your progress? On the contrary, I'm simply surprised that you made it this far. Then again, even with you slowing her down, there's no denying that Vana is an accomplished researcher. Her wealth of wisdom and experience is unmatched, and her achievements in creation magics, in any field, frankly, are nothing short of extraordinary. Though the singular brilliance which sets her apart can make her motives somewhat impenetrable at times. As her student and successor puts it, she's a force of nature, at once so close and at the same time, so very distant. Hey, what's this, like, plant hydra? Lotus. Sure. The faces of this plant hydra are very similar to the faces of the Monster Rancher plant in Monster Rancher 2. And maybe 1? Yeah, close by, within the Hungering Gardens. That would be the circular enclosure you see just up ahead. Well then, Sucro, make yourself useful and bring Hermes out here to us. If I were to go, he would assume I was only there to press him on the Fandaniel matter. Of all of us present, you stand the best chance at convincing him to put aside his work for the moment. But the creations in there are not exactly... Then again, perhaps Sucro can handle them. She did survive a bout with Vana, after all. I mean, she adjusted the difficulty, because the last part was a little bit ridiculous, but still, off you go to find Hermes, but do be prepared to come to blows with the garden's denizens. Someone needs to go into the Hungering Gardens to speak with Hermes, and it seems Emetselk has nominated you for the task. Alright. Uh-huh. So these are the sort of denizens that we're talking about? Botanical abominations bear down upon you with ravenous intent. Yeah, right. Sure, I guess. Wow, yeah, I didn't notice the hands. So hey, why are the murder wolves bad, but this is fine? I guess because they're keeping to themselves and not killing everything. Over here on Hell Island. That's basically what I said, probably. I don't see Hermes. Okay. Is this an event flag that just happens every single time I step into the circle? I think it is. Oh, there you are. Sucro, where did you come from? Over there. Sucro, what are you doing here? I thought you were keeping Hythlodaeus and Emmett Selk company. Explaining. An important matter? And unrelated to my decision on Fandaniel, you say? Then, yes, I will come, as soon as my work here is finished. It will not be long, I promise, but you should really wait outside the garden with the others. This is no place for idle exploration. You needn't be concerned for our safety. Meteon and I are protected by a ward which conceals our presence from the creatures. We're taking notes! We'll talk later? That's fair. If it's genuinely based on step count or something of that nature, that would be a fun detail. I'm gonna go this way. What is that ghastly odor? They got stank plant over there. I was prepared to swoop in if need be, but 'tis clear you've faced your fair share of monstrous opponents. You spoke with Hermes, then? And were briefly entangled with the denizens of the Hungering Gardens as well, I see. Or should I say, smell? I cannot speak for certain Convocation members, but I for one am impressed with your fortitude. Well done indeed. Now that you've convinced Hermes to confer with us, let us pray that things will soon take a turn for the better. For as fascinating as it would be to meet the Emmett Selk who would recreate Amarat in the depths of the ocean, I think it best for all concerned if such tragic events never came to pass. Be it in our future or your past, assuming yours is not truly written in stone. Naive hope that it is. Or that is. Why am I always so forward-thinking? I simply wish to enjoy all that life has to offer. Hermes said he would not be long, yes? Then we shall wait here until he emerges. And so they did.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Aye. A matter of the utmost gravity. If one can suspend disbelief.
Content warning of some body horror for this next bit? Okay, that's concerning.
Go on then. Tell him what you told us. Who you are and why you came.
Nod, explaining.
The final days.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction. And none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Even you, Vana. As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves.
I guess given that people being warped is a thing that's happening, body horror is just kind of a given in Endwalker. Actually,
The key
I
variable, I
guess,
suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age.
you know, that makes a lot of sense.
As you know, ether, in essence, negates dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether. Thus are they susceptible to the influence of dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source. A source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the selfsame negative emotions. Elsewise it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
Yes.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
Nod.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere. According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested.
So if they're the outer layer and where they were weakest is where the stuff... So our enemy is in
But
space.
the inciting factor came from without Aetheris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
Okay. Space monster. Gasp. So you...
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Meteo?
Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm.
I'm alarmed.
I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts.
I'm alarmed.
May we please be friends?
Wait, that's what you wanted.
Meteon. What is it?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness. Connection established. Commencing status report.
Ah! That's not good. That's bad, in fact.
So hot, so cold, so sad. I don't understand.
That's,
Please make it stop.
Steady, Meteon. Steady.
So scared.
That's,
The pain. It's too much.
Did you not notice the Sucro thing happening?
Why? Why do we? They hurt.
Oh.
Hurt.
Oh. 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 Oh.
This is wrong.
That's not great for...
Wrong.
She's gone? But how?
Yeah. Well, time to
Resulted
kill
her
everyone.
etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Oh. She's not dead, I guess.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Is anyone gonna notice that Sucro...
Please. This is wrong.
Anyone?
My mistake. So please.
Well, Sucro's choice of... My choice of hairstyle for this scene is making Sucro cover her one eye that is visible, which is very dramatic.
Are you all right?
No.
In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteon also employs Dynamis. That would explain why you were able to hear her, when we could not.
I... Remember when I said I've seen the face of the final boss before and the name of them, but didn't know any context? I'm starting to suspect the context. And I don't like it. Not in the sense that I don't like this as a storytelling thing, in the sense that I'm going, oh no, no. That's the sense that I mean.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down.
Well, I guess you saying that is kind of confirming things a little bit more than...
Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
No. Now I'm very concerned. I only vaguely remember that because I don't remember things generally. Suspicious disturbance. You calm your mind, your senses questing for any hint of Meteon's presence. But you fail to hear her voice. She must be elsewhere. I've strained my senses to their limits, but found nothing. You must calm your mind that you might hear it, that you might feel her silent voice. Huh. It seeps into my mind. Our voices reporting. No, no, Hermes mustn't hear them. I have to run. To hide. Medion's anguished voice grows distant as the source seems to flee down the slope. I know this game released first, but this particular pond underneath this structure is reminding me of the Armored Core 6 boss arena, which is kind of funny, I guess. You strain to catch even the faintest whisper, but fail to hear Medion's voice. She must be somewhere. Credit to the writing team, I guess, in that they introduced a character who I was immediately like, I must protect them. And, I don't think Medion's tale is going to end well for her. And often, whenever they introduce a character and then immediately destroy them, it doesn't work well. I guess there was enough time, I don't know. I feel like a hive mind connection would counter the sheer loneliness a little bit. A little. Maybe. Greetings and salutations. Commencing report. Oh no, we can't tell them that. We must run far away. Please don't follow me. Medion's anguished voice fades as you sense her climbing to the top of the ridge. I have to. That seems to be potentially the case, yes. Not here. How did it come to this? Is this the reason we traveled to the stars? Why we sought out other life forms? Is this it? Is this the answer? No, it cannot be. It cannot be. Medion's anguished voice drifts away to the south. Not here. Compiling report for dissemination to Hermes and all peoples of Etheirys. Processing expedition data, preparing profiles on intelligent civilizations, formulating answers to the question, finalizing report. No, Sucro, you mustn't listen! It's wrong. It's all wrong. Medion's anguished voice flees towards the lake. Any sign of Meteon? Panicked and confused, which will make it all the more difficult to predict her movements. Hermes, what do you make of this situation? The Matea are linked to a single mind, a shared consciousness which connects them across any distance. I suspect something has happened which disrupted its usual harmony. How might we access this shared consciousness of theirs? Much as you would approach any sentient being, directly. Or any sentient being. In the Matea's case, that means speaking to any incarnation within physical reach. So unless we can track down the Meteon we just lost, we have no means to communicate with them. No way of knowing what befell her sisters, no way to provide directions or guidance. Nod. Then we had best set our musings aside and concentrate on how we might find her. Nod. The call? 'Tis a shame there's no registered concept we could use to create another Meteon. Assuming, of course, we could link her to the shared mind, but no. If it were a viable solution, Hermes would have surely suggested it. Oh, right. Yeah, that makes sense. A frantic search will avail us little. We must be clever about this. In the final days, Aether's twisted by the invasion of Dynamis from beyond the star, its progress intensified by feelings of fear and despair and anguish. Nay, I like not the picture which emerges with these latest pieces. Oh, my dear Meteon, what did you witness out there that frightened you so? Why do you seek to keep it from us? How terrible could it possibly be? My apologies. We should focus on the task at hand. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Meteon renders herself invisible by matching her etheric density to that of her surroundings, does she not? If so, could we then not disrupt her concealment with the surfeit of Aether? Watch how Emet-Selch solidified your presence when we first met you. Don't be absurd. I can hardly channel Aether to a recipient whose whereabouts are hidden from me. Which is why we must all work together. Sucro will continue the search in the same manner as before, but this time with you in tow. Once she ascertains Meteon's likely location, you proceed to reveal our wayward familiar with a swift ethereal downpour. Very clever, and thankfully she's made herself easier to capture by fleeing towards Leth. Assuming she's made visible, it should prove no great feat to herd her into a corner. Then we have our plan. Sucro and Emet-Selch will be our tracker and trapper respectively, while we others predict and obstruct Meteon's avenues of escape. Emet-Selch and I will keep an eye on each other's ether to help coordinate our efforts. Let us be about it. Well, it seems we are partners for the time being. Let us return to where we last saw Meteon and pick up the trail from there. I will keep myself in a state of preparedness, ready to rain down ether at a moment's notice, meaning it falls to you to keep the way clear. Emmett Selk is now accompanying you. Now, did Medion go straight ahead towards the pier, or did she stray from the path somewhere? As the only one who can hear her voice, he will need to take the lead. Nope, not here. Nothing this way. We try another route then. Why can't I fly? Are my functions being restricted? Hide, yes, I'll just have to hide then, where no one can find me. Meteon's anguished voice heads towards the water's edge. She went into the lake? As if this wasn't tiresome enough. Well, at least that open expanse should make her easier to find. We won't lose her this time. We should be able to reach the bottom of this drop by climbing down the rocks at the water's edge. Do not even think of dragging me over the falls. Final days or no, if I end up drenched from head to toe, I swear I will feed you to Aurora. I guess I could have dunked him at Selk. I guess that was within my ability. Dang it. I'm trying to engage with the story here. It is funny to see Emmett Selk folding his arms while I kill this creature. So... I think I said earlier I wanted to explore this island that I saw in the distance, which is now the one I'm standing on. But I didn't expect it to be in the context of, oh no. Be careful what you wish for. As they say. Not here, I'm not here, please. By that rock, is she? Very well. What? Why can't I hide? You don't have to run, Medion. Sucro, what are you saying? Everything is so faint. I'm sorry, I'm not strong enough. Stay away, I'm begging you. Don't make me say it, it will break him. His poor fragile heart. Now we have a chance. Once the others are in position, the two of us can herd her into their midst. Nod. Hey, Emmett, want to help me with this fate that's called "There's a snake in my water supply," apparently. Wait, am I allowed to do this? Okay. I guess I would be, but, you know, just in case. Hey, Emmett. This is kind of like dunking you. Is this naos not in use? It seems to have been left to the mercy of the elements. Either way, it bears no trace of Meteon's assets. We move on. There, I see her. You can make Hades sprint, I guess. This part is a little bit drawn out, which I understand why they're doing, because it does make it very tense. But I'm worried. It's not drawn out in a way that's annoying, it's drawn out in a way that makes me more worried. Which is the intention, probably. I don't see a point of interest. Oh, there it is. Gasp. There she goes. The gazebo.
Aha!
Ah, gazebo.
Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
Nod. Sorry, Meteon.
Please, Meteon. We must speak.
Sorry. Her eyes are a little different.
Hermes. I'm so sorry.
Oh wait, no, that was just crying eye texture.
If someone can hear these words, then please. Please protect them. Protect them all.
I will, Meteon. I'll do what I can.
Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable. Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings. All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected. Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified.
This is what I was expecting. When she said that it would break Hermes' heart, I was expecting everyone is dead. We found people, but they're all dead.
Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found, only their lingering essence. Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
No, they found something, but nothing alive. I called this to a degree?
They are all dead.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter.
Jesus Christ. What? Jeez. We found someone that's alive. Immediately they get nuked.
Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
What do you mean, wait, what, Medion, why? Yeah, Medion didn't deploy the weapons.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteon?
They were in the middle of violent conflict.
I tasked her with asking what others live for. What gives their lives
Right.
meaning.
And they don't live.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed? To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so.
Emmett, I don't think you're helping.
But if Meteon finds no living beings in the course of her journey,
Emmett Selk, I don't think you're helping.
or none who desire to live, what then?
You're not helping.
What answers would she derive from their silence?
That's a good point, though.
Meteon, enough! Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage.
Also, we are counting how many Medion units there are in this scene, at least, I guess.
Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
Turning a deaf ear, are we?
The report is being reported.
We are taking Meteion back to Amarot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
I don't...
Yes. Meteion.
It's not over, is it?
It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer.
What did Hermes say about...
The answer is pain. Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard.
He said no matter what it is, he would accept it and act on it?
Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
Oh. Oh. Well.
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteion, not until she has finished her report. All else must wait.
Well.
You fool!
My current expression does not adequately express my feelings, such as the limitations of the form I've given myself. ... indeed. If all Hermes means to do is listen to Meteion's report, then it is his right to do so. But once he receives the answers to his question, what then? The fate of the world may very well hinge upon the choice he makes in that moment, and we must be there when he makes it. Why, Hermes? Why could you not leave well enough alone? Oh, you're right. Midgard Sormer said this was the last spark of hope. Oh. 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 Oh dear. Will these answers assuage the pain you feel when a creation is returned to ether? Had you never cast your accursed question to the distant stars, you may have one day learned to be at peace upon this one. Do you understand why Hermes would do this? His logic escapes me entirely. Hermes was headed to Ctesis. You know, I think I had seen that name as a dungeon name. Omega detected a burning star, a frozen star, and a dead star. Considering the expansive dimensions of the place, we may even have a difficult time locating his ether. All I can say is that he entered from the rooftop and likely arrived at the uppermost point in the facility. So do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him. No matter what Hermes might be thinking, Meteon is a potential threat that needs to be brought under our control. The Convocation's duty to safeguard this star takes precedence over any personal stake in the matter. Vana? Sucro? And yeah, that's also a great point. All the planets are dead now. This long ago. Jeez. But why? How? Oh dear. And yeah, the plan to escape. Oh, jeez. It is clear we stand on a precipice, but we have yet to determine beyond a shadow of a doubt that Meteon's is the hand which tips us over the edge. Nevertheless, if we are to... Oh, this is Vana. Nevertheless, if we are to learn the truth of the final days, we must give chase. And even if neither Hermes nor Meteon is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone. Nod. Agreed on all counts. Catisis Hyperborea we go. The K is probably silent. It's probably Tysus. I think I said that before, but I waffled on it. I feel like there's been a point in this game before when this despair music kept playing on loop and I made a Mega Man Battle Network joke, and I'm still thinking about that sort of joke again. I think it's Battle Network 6 that has a despair loop forever at the end. Maybe. Judging from the crowd, something is afoot. I mislike the look of this. Catisis. They probably never say it, I guess. What have we here? Excuse me, has something happened inside Catisis? Mistress Vana, I'm so glad you're here. No one knows what prompted it, but the alarm was sounded and Catisis put into a state of alert. Procedure dictated that we evacuate immediately, and we have yet to investigate further. This is Hermes' doing, obviously. Nod. And what does this state of alert entail exactly? A field of dampening magic is draped over the entire facility, usually in response to escaped entities and the like. Catisis scholars and observers are unaffected, but everything and everyone else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capabilities, making it reasonable for you to be party members in a dungeon. And consider us forewarned. We do, however, have urgent business with Chief Hermes and must enter the premises regardless. Bow. It's funny that they justified this. They didn't really need to. That said, if Hermes is willing to enact such measures, I wonder what other obstacles he's seen fit to drop in our path. With that enfeebling spell in place, we're not like to be at our fighting best. And I was hardly an effective combatant to begin with. I've little to offer beyond my ethereal vision. You will put that talent of yours to good use. You were fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses, if I recall. Fairly skilled? You've gone and raised everyone's expectations. You all need only make the most of your strengths, and I will fill in the gaps as required. I even said the thing about how Vana did a jump attack, but also had a sword, and would just fill whatever role. And then also she switched in between a bunch of different roles in the fight. She was a tank, a DPS, and a healer in the fight, even. I was once Azem, after all. Twas my job to rise to the occasion, be that as defender, aggressor, or healer. I feel better about my lack of prowess already. And you, Imitselk, you can impress us with your arcane majesty. You lob potent spells as easily as breathing, but can also channel that power in a protective manner if you so choose, yes? Well, yes, should the situation call for it. Excellent. That should cover us on all fronts. The idea of the level cap being really low in this time period is funny. Your tale led us here, Sucrose, so 'tis only right that you lead us now. No matter what lies ahead, we will win through to Hermes and Meteon. And then we will face the future together. Nod. How many commendations do I have? Yup. It's dungeon time. Well then. I said that Hermes was likely perched somewhere at the highest point in the facility, but reaching him will be no mean feat. Put it simply, Ctisis Hyperborea contains a multitude of vast spaces linked together at the seams, meaning the interior is far more massive than even this grand structure might otherwise suggest. But even a colossal facility filled top to bottom with your savage creations will not stop you. Not with Vana and Emmett Selk at your side, and I'll be there too, of course, cheering you on. From the moment we met you, our visit has devolved into a never-ending series of complications and irritations. In spite of this, I've gained one useful thing, an awareness of dynamis. To think that a power with the potential to corrupt ether had largely escaped our notice. Whether or not I believe your tale, the facts underpinning your narrative will be the source of much debate. So understand that I act not for the sake of you or your fantastical quest. Your final fantastical quest. My duty demands that I apprehend Meteon, and if that now means Hermes as well, then so be it. Bleak as the contents of Meteon's report might be, many could hear it and remain content with their lives. But not Hermes. For him, the veneer of perfection has long been cracked, and it was to the distant heavens he looked for the means to repair it. I understand his anguish after a fashion. My own refusal to return is in opposition to the world's established order. Yet for me, the imperfections only enhance the fragile beauty of our star. I will fight to see it delivered from destruction, warts and all. So, yeah. All-rounder Vana, Solseer Hythlodaeus, the third seat Emmett Selk. Now, it was said that Emmett could tank, and I do have a bunch of other level 90 jobs, so we can look at what this looks like. Yep, there he is. And that is the Dark Knight symbol. It would be very funny if his job was Emmett Selk, I agree. Well, I think I'm gonna BRB again before I do this. And I don't want to have this looping in the background the whole time. So, let's pretend like everything is okay for a second. This might be loud for us. Well, no. There we are. Let's pretend everything's fine. I don't think I'll do this or that this time because it broke. So, yeah. I'll be right back. No gambling. Hello. Return to despair. So, how do you end up in a situation in this dungeon where Vina is tanking if Emmett Selk steals that spot if you're not the tank? Also, I guess I should switch to a healer and see what that looks like. Oh, I guess it depends on the order you select them, maybe?
Come.
Yeah, there you go.
Let's get this over with.
Can scarcely contain my excitement.
Okay, it was good that I did that so we heard the lines here. Those are very good, actually.
Can scarcely contain my excitement.
Sarcasm man over there.
Let's get this over with.
Come. Let us be off.
Those are good. And I almost didn't even think to do that before. Alright. Real party, though, is this one. By the way, did you notice? This is only level 87. There's still 3 levels after this. And then the portion of it that's like 90. Well, that counts as the... If you thought this is only level 83 was wild when we got to Zodiark, what the heck? Well... I feel like they showed some pictures of this before release. I feel like I sort of remember the aesthetic of so many different things mixed together in here. Oh, wait. This music rules also, wow. That's like a...
Please, turn back, else I might be forced to.
Seems he's determined to protect Medion. Aye, a right bother this is going to be. There's a fragment of... I think the Final Fantasy IV main theme was in there? Have you ever wondered whether your creation is of beneficial existence to the star? Wonder no more, for at Catisis Hyperborea, our mission is to determine the answer. From temperate plains to tropical jungles, from smoldering volcanoes to frozen fields, we put creations to the proof in a wide range of meticulously recreated environments. Will your creation be able to survive in the wider world, or will it threaten the survival of other species? The answers to such questions and more, our highly trained staff will uncover. Well, amusingly enough, this is also reminding me of PSO2 NGS, because we saw that, like, that world was artificial, and there was like a final dungeon of a bunch of world biomes stitched together and so on. I keep being like, why am I not getting my full Confidio combo before I realize that I'm not at level 90? I don't know how they would manage to... Okay, Bana has the same battle lines as she did in the fight. I don't know how they'd manage to do another run through this dungeon plot-wise. How they would justify it, I mean. There's also a part of me that's like, where's my warrior abilities? Because I've been playing as warrior recently. I'm at level 81 warrior. Bana's skill bar? Oh, she does. Ancient Thunder, True Cure 2, True Arrow 4, Ancient Spark. I'm looking at the things they're doing now. True Water 4. Do you think they had to file like a ancient patent for every level of True Water? Or like they in a general sense? But I guess maybe Bana in more specific. Oh yeah, we do have barrier. That's also true. Oh yeah, you're right. Stone Skin is here as well. That is funny. Lithified flesh is absorbing damage. It would be way funnier if he immediately cast Protect when the dungeon started. Oh, Hythlodeus said, would that we didn't have to put down the creations at some point. Cleric stance would also be pretty funny. True cleric stance even, potentially.
Stand firm. Out of my way.
Be gone.
My way.
Something about Emmett Selk repeating that line twice in exactly the same way is funnier than maybe it should be. So we're currently in Terrestrial Artifice. Next up is Experimental Artifice. Oh. Well, that's a funny creature. They got little snowmans on their noggins.
Have a taste.
If we fight Medion and Vana says have a taste, I'll have to remind her that Medion can't eat food.
Out of my way! I see you opening.
I see you opening. Is that the funny line? It's a silly line. Right, I could use eggplant. Lissa. Oh dear, this fellow seems disinclined to let us pass. Then we have no choice but to force our way. No, this is the FF4 expansion, not the FF8 part of the game. Mostly casting heavy shot over and over. Skull Dasher. That's a scary tank buster name. I'm gonna stand in this crater. I feel like that'll be a bad idea eventually. Oh. Oh, an impressive concealment ability. Is it seriously trying to hide from us? Shame about the telltale footprints. Oh, that's... Oh, please. Alas, it's no use on us.
I'm not entirely useless.
Is that the funny line?
Have a taste. Have a taste.
Stop saying that. Oh, I was actually, I forgot to mention that. I was really curious about how the Trust Scions reacted to this. Oh, it's trying to confuse us. Oh, very creative. I've had enough of this mama's farce. I'm just gonna follow their lead. Okay, so you look at where the footprints end. Hythlodaeus is wondering whose concept this is.
I'm not entirely.
Wait, really? Alizé throws swords everywhere. Estinian Dragonfall dives the spot the boss goes hoping to hurt it. Alphino solves it. Y'shtola just thinks it's cool. I pressed the wrong button. That's all very funny. Hey, can you use Reen in Trust dungeons that are beyond... I don't think you can. I don't think you can use Reen in Trust dungeons in Endwalker. I think I looked at the menu recently. Yeah, over here. I figured it out that time. Vana just puts her hands on her hips, waiting, and Emmett Selk's just also kind of doing that. May you find peace in the ethereal sea. So they still have they had the concept of the ethereal sea in this era, I guess. Come, we mustn't tarry. That's actually an interesting thing to throw in an incidental line that they, yeah. experimental artifice. Yeah, that part of the song is like a tiny bit of the Final Fantasy IV world map, I think. Maybe. Bankert figures it out the quickest. Oh, Y'shtola doesn't realize the boss is invisible because of her ether sight. That's funny. Urianger teleports to the safe spot because he can. I love the way they're all characterized in Ghost Dungeons and stuff. They should let you use Reen. Because, like, the Trust avatars aren't real people anyway. Why does it matter if she's not supposed to be there? And for that matter, you should be able to use Estinian and the Shadowbringers ones, too. I mean, you can bring Graha backwards into the Shadowbringer ones, so why not? I guess it's because they only have so much space. Oh no, birds. Want us all you like, we're coming regardless. Oh, Graha gets distracted and almost gets hit. That's funny. Those responses are even like more unique than how they all have unique reactions to the illusory tightrope walk part of Don Meg. Because some of them have a very similar reaction to each other in that. Huh, interesting. Treasure. Yeah, I did see Tyseos gear in like lists and stuff. The idea, like, roulettes as a concept are obviously not, like, really incorporated into the game lore, but the idea of doing a roulette and landing in this dungeon, like, suddenly you're in the past again, is... I mean, there's a lot of places where it's kind of wild to just randomly appear there. Yeah, my retainers probably have been getting this dungeon in roulettes, but I meant, like... Not like I've seen gear from here from my retainers, but like when I'm looking up, I want to take a look at all the different axes that exist in the game and see which ones I think are cool or whatever. I'll inevitably see things from dungeons I haven't gone to. Oh, Alphino actually figures it out the slowest. That's funny. According to Mistress Lissa... Wait, the creation was named Lissa. Her creation is based on the concept for a bipedal wolf, and indeed, it is impressively manlike in its gait. It is also highly intelligent, as is evidenced by its ability to employ tools, while the gleam in its eyes gives the impression that it comprehends our words. If this proves to be the case, it would be a shame that its throat isn't designed for speech. I must make mention of this in the next report. Why the dog doesn't talk? Please respond. Bug report. Dog does not speak. Yeah, I guess so. He may have flaws, but you can't fault his managerial prowess, says Hythlodeus. Seriously, you want to discuss his candidacy now? Says Emmett Selk. Yeah, that model of axe is very good. I think when you saw the axe, you asked if it was the Ghost Spark one. Were you using the Ghost Spark one? I don't remember how that model, how the colors on the Ghost Spark one are different. Sometimes I just like using one of the really basic early axes. I've also, since I've gotten to level 81, I also really like the Crypt Lurker one. There's one that I think is from the Castrum dungeon in Stormblood that I like a lot. That reminds me of like FF6 Atma / Ultima weapon. Orange makes sense as a warrior color, for sure. That's the color of their aura and stuff, a lot of the time. Ladon Lord. There truly is no accounting for taste. Vinod doesn't like the snake fungusman. Concept review will be sealed off.
Have at you!
That sounds like a very Thancred thing to say. I feel like he says that at some other point in time. Unleash its stored ether. What's that mean? Okay. Ah, yeah.
Have a taste!
Must be why I thought of it. Oh. Oh. Well, whatever, it's fine. I had something called Knight's Resolve.
Have a taste!
Hey. Hey. Oh. Yeah, alright, sure. Hey. I don't know, does it? Maybe?
Have a taste!
His is the ether.
I'm not entirely useless.
Okay. Knowing that Urianger does that is also, like, really good. They put so much effort into
Stand firm!
the trust characters reacting to that. That's ridiculous. The fireballs are a funny prank that you can ignore for a long time. Oh, I think a pass for Constitution, but a fail for Intelligence. If its concept is submitted, I will be certain to reject it. Vinod, do you grade concepts with D&D ability scores? Also, I think you're supposed to like look at which of the snake heads is glowing to figure out where the breath is going to go. Celestial Sphere.
I cannot let you take Meteion. Not yet.
We're taking Meteon whether you like it or not, said Emmett, by the way. Well, when you put it that way, I guess they are. And Sucro is also a dork and nerd who's saving the world.
Out of my way.
Have a taste.
Here we go! What is this Knight's Resolve buff that I keep having temporarily? That's not something I do to myself, is it? Knight's Benediction. Oh, it is a Paladin's thing. Forgetting my own abilities. My own passive abilities, anyway. Right, yeah, there it is. It's just stuff that happens that I don't think about because, you know. I should know this because I've had Paladin at 90 for ages. I think it's the damage reduction and regen applied when I use Holy Sheltron.
I see you opening.
Yeah, okay. Other people said that after I said that. Fair skies is the weather here, according to the weather thing, but I don't think I agree right now. Central Aerial Artifice. This dungeon is cool.
Before they're expunged from existence.
Enough is enough, Hermes, says Emmett. Stubbornness can be a virtue, but this is a little excessive, says Hypnodeus. You might be able to tell which dialogue I'm reading by the voice that I'm doing, but just in case, I guess I'm saying the names. There was no reason to use Divine Veil, but I like the sounds that it makes. And the animation. Oh. Bird 2. Oh yeah, you're right. This is the Yol.
I'm not entirely useless.
I mean, yeah, using party mitigations in big pulls makes sense. It's just I didn't really need to do it at that moment. Flying lifeforms, an introduction. The successful creation of migratory birds, which travel between continents with the seasons, came as a breath of fresh air to the long stagnant realm of flying lifeforms. In the end, it was a relatively simple thing to grant creatures the ability to navigate by celestial bodies, but this method lacked the precision needed to guide them to the same location each time, as would be vital to their survival. The breakthrough came in the form of magnetic fields, the use of which was discovered by the incumbent Fandaniel, I don't think that's a word, incumbent Fandaniel during his tenure. as Chief Overseer of Elpis, a truly inspired idea that has brought lasting benefits to the star. I've just noticed that my max HP is 66686. When at level 88 with my equipment synced down. Hey there, Hades. I mean, Hermes. I mapped the realm. Winged Defiance.
So, it comes to this.
I freaking guess.
I've no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield. Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction.
To protect Medion, he would go so far as to transform, so far as to make himself a villain. You're one to talk, Emmett Selk. Well, anyway.
I will have the time and tranquility I require.
Have a taste.
Let's see how I do.
Lust and gale, gather to me.
Have at you.
Interruptible, got it.
Ancient brand, unleash your power. Dancing winds, pierce my foe.
True Tornado.
Stars on high, fall as rain.
Of course you have Meteor. And... Oh, I see. Okay, got it.
I'm not entirely useless. I'm not entirely useless.
My rotation messed up again. It's not noticing my Requiescat input.
Out of my
I used the
way.
wrong interrupt for a second.
Streams of ether, surge as one.
That was the wrong... Oh. Apparently I was not standing in the correct position. Vena?
I'm not entirely useless.
The NPCs aren't completely reliable. It turns out.
Dancing winds, pierce my foe. Stars on high, fall as rain.
Have a taste.
Even when transformed, but I am not finished yet.
Oh, wait. Why are they going over there? Ah, I didn't get it. I didn't get it. It's fine though.
Now, it's rude to interrupt.
Did you say that while interrupting?
My power.
Mildly cursed knowledge? What does that mean? Ramu's skeleton? Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know if that's cursed. This seems reasonable. A merry chase he led us on. That's okay, that's funny. Hopefully he's calmed down a little. Let us leave the rest to Emmett Selk. Comfort emote. Oh. What do the Paladin Tysos arms look like? Oh, there's like, it's kind of like a mask, but not really. Weird sword and shield. Oh, we can go over here. Hi, Medion. I don't really remember the specific gear you used or recognize the style, truthfully. Expecting me to remember anything is silly, maybe, sometimes.
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteon into custody.
Oh, I see.
And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
You have to sound so evil about it, Hades.
Meteon, I am so sorry. Would that I could have listened to your report in full. Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others. That they might reconsider their chosen course.
Medion, can you give like a summary of the rest?
But I have failed. And that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
Sounded like no, man.
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased.
Wait, you can just do that?
Heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own.
You can do that? Are you being
One race
literal?
had striven to create a world bereft of animosity.
Oh dear.
They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse.
What?
One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory.
Camera
One
focusing
race
on
had
Hades for that
concluded
one.
That finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live. Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best. That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which, they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived.
She changed color like the flower, wow.
Even now their souls cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice. Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Etheris, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence. There is no need to struggle in vain.
Hey, we know what happened now.
Awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful. We will make our nest at the edge of the universe, and there in the dark of dead worlds hoard sorrow.
Anyone want to like tackle Meteon to the ground right now, maybe?
There we will sing.
I know we can't
our
change the
chorus
past or
ever
anything.
louder and ever clearer. That our song may
And so
reach
on,
even
but, like-
this ether-shrouded star.
Anyone?
Such is the answer
Yeah, we have a bow.
found in the stars.
We could
Such
do
is
that
the
also.
gift we now offer to Etheris.
I mean, she'd probably block it with evil power or whatever. And yeah, this is also that's true. That's true. This is only one of a bunch.
Who are you to decide our fate? To decree we live or die?
I guess making her shut up wouldn't really do anything. Oh. Also, this happened.
Have you lost your mind? You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
In the name of the star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed. If we ourselves are flawed, does not
I understand the
stand
need
to
for a
reason
dramatic speech.
that we too
though.
should be discarded.
That is sophistry, and you know it.
Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am wrong. But who is to say that you are right? Let us settle this with a determination. In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist. If he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified. He will surely find a way to avert his demise. If not, he will perish from the start. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos! Awaken!
Kairos? Time?
Memory reconfiguration
What?
system Kairos activated.
Oh, right. Yes, the memory thing. I did say that they had
Command.
that.
Universal memory alteration. Target area. Catesis Hyperborea.
Hey, they said Catesis out loud.
Arrival of Emmett Selk.
Yeah.
Convocation at Propylion. Endpoint. The present.
I
Erase
did.
the memories
I
of
knew
all
it.
events, and
I knew
replace
it.
with a vague recollection of the following.
I did predict this would happen in order to
I
prevent the
was here.
future from changing.
Preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus. Meteon's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence. And all
I guess I did call this, yeah. I didn't call Hermes being evil, exactly.
Shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Okay, so how's Sucro going to not
Initializing.
have her memory erased
Processes remaining to execution.
completely?
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer. Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
Well, Argos will remember me. A dog knows who I am.
Go, Meteon. To the edge of the universe, where none can reach you.
Hermes, won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
Ah, this is how Sucro
This ends
gets
here.
away with something. And also Vena does something.
Fly, Meteon!
That is far enough, Hermes!
I think you should target the
Argos,
memory
to me.
alteration device and not him. I think that's what Vena is doing, actually. No, she's chasing after... Okay, that's fair. I think we should probably target the... Yeah, that one.
Remaining to execution of memory
We should probably do something about Kairos.
As if we needed more pressure.
Oh, now there's two of Kairos, I guess.
No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future.
Okay, just
Your
let me
world.
cast Return and I'll leave.
This fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with, not yours.
The space probes have emotions so that they can go through space, I think.
Your own
I think there was
struggle
some
awaits.
reason for that.
And no one else can take your place.
And also, yeah, that too.
You must flee this place with your memories intact. And I will see that you do. Now then, where is it? There you are, my little confluence.
Very well, then. You may elude us this day, but not forever.
Wow.
Meteon's gotten away.
Second process complete. One remaining to execution.
Ugh. No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am. But neither can I let you escape!
Hey, look, I'm gonna accidentally jump through the confluence by being knocked back into it. Maybe. Maybe? No, not quite. Okay. Maybe.
Too brave by half.
Maybe.
Exemplary work, as always, Emmett Selk.
What? But how? I thought the confluence was... over...
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping you would.
Pranked.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate. Though,
Nod.
in the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Azen.
Ah. Dog.
There's no time! Quickly!
Increase the speed of the dog.
Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path. Still, if it must be said, do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
Final process complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
The line? Is that something he said elsewhere? Because I was thinking of the remember us thing.
Argos!
It was. I thought it was similar, but yeesh. Yeah, I think video games would be a lot more effective if I could remember anything. Oh, he said that before he asked to be remembered. Dog, combine!
I'm fine. Just a little tired.
Huh. When you die, all your altered memories come back. Right. So he remembered everything at the end. Okay, wow. Wow. Jeez.
Can it be true? Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life?
Vana, I think we're basically just the only ones left. Like, period.
Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations?
Oh, that's kind of what you meant, never mind. Yeah.
And yet, I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteion's presence, and the place where to we must go. Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her, one which allows us to follow her trail. She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris, and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down. But thanks to Emet-Selch and his Ladeus, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
Nod. What became of the others, I wonder, or so what now? What do we do now?
What indeed? Let us begin by ascertaining the situation at Catesis Hyperborea, where the others should still be.
Nod.
Given the likely state of their memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case... I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time?
Dog.
Argos will investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him. Now, close your eyes and open your mind.
Spy dog indeed. Engaging dog vision. I'm guessing Argos can also be invisible, or people just don't care when there's a cool dog around. I guess people just don't care when there's a cool dog around.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteion, her shared consciousness became unstable.
Right, Hermes also altered his own memories, so...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos's accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Vana and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
We did?
If Vana was with us, I have no recollection of it. But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress as well.
Dog seems fine. Vana's probably fine.
I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
Well, she was a cat.
Ah, well, that individual struck me as a bit different, for want of a better word.
perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
I'm a person.
Curious.
And a
I
cat.
must ask Vinar about it when next we meet.
Yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteion did, it seems he bore the brunt of it. Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects. Also, I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
Emmett Selk always sounds so mad.
Yes, of course. As you see fit.
I can't believe my memory got wiped. Now I have to talk to you more.
This Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct? There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld.
Hey, look, they're reminding us of the thing. They're actually reminding us of that plot point. Interesting.
If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation if you like, but I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
I doubt it will matter. I won't be swearing for 3 years when I'm dead. Whatever. That's really funny, actually.
Let us rest. If only for a while. After all, you and I... Oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
Yeah, I know, there's like 3 levels left. Not. I was only a level 87 dungeon. I have the ability to see the level count, you know. Are you feeling at all recovered? I understand that your exertions were more than purely physical, but resting one's body, if only for a moment, is never without merit. As for Hermes, I think it unlikely he will create more intellecties. He poured much of himself into Meteion, and now that she and her sisters are gone, dissipated in his mind, the grief must be unbearable. He will blame himself. He will believe that had he never acknowledged his dissatisfaction with the world, then the Matea would never have been born to suffer and die. The offer to join the 14 will be a welcome distraction, and one day hence he will face the advent of the final days in the role of Fandaniel. Here's an ether current. You can now enter with a party of trust NPCs. Yeehaw. Thou must live, die, and know. Well, Sucro, listen to me. Our duty now is not to denounce Hermes for his misguided determination, or to convince Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus that they have been deceived. No, we must instead ensure that the experiences Hermes sought to expunge are preserved. What remains in our memories alone will be our weapon against the final days. You know, that would be a good episode title. You must fight this battle in your age, and I in mine. Come, let us walk together once more. I will see you to the doors of Propylion. How are there still 3 levels left in the... What the heck? They call it Endwalker because you walk through things that are the end of the game like 7 times before it's actually real. Are you suggesting that Sucro ended the world? Well, shucks. Didn't mean to do that. I feel like stable time loops are probably in play, and so it wasn't really avoidable regardless. Your time in this age is drawing to an end, says the narration text box. Upon speaking to Vana, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Oh no. Well, be right back.
Welcome to Stable Time Loops. You beat up Garland and the Four Fiends sent him back in time so he could become Chaos, so he could send the Four Fiends to the future, so they could send him back to the past, so they could send him to the future. At some point during this he fist bumps Astolfos and it's very emotional and sad somehow. Anyway, Strangers of Paradise is incredible. Welcome to Stable Time Loops. You boot up and install a game called Spurb and receive a bunny from a bad movie. Welcome to Stable Time Loops. You get sent back in time by an onion fairy to become friends with the young version of the strange scientist of your hometown, so he is inspired to give you an electrical rat. I'm not sure this is a stable time loop actually, I just wanted to say onion fairy.
What? What? Hello? Oh, I don't know that one. I don't know the movies. Hello? Welcome. Don't call a fairy delicious. I don't like that. I guess several cutscenes are going to play in sequence.
So, it is within. The portal that brought you hither, and will take you home.
Yes, this is where we part ways, or perhaps I should stay and help. Yeah, I guess I gotta go.
May you and yours emerge triumphant. Make use of the knowledge you have gained, that your days in Elpis and our friend's sacrifice be not in vain. With Meteion free to pursue her designs, 'tis only a matter of time until the final days are upon us. We must be ready. From fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done. In spite of this, we cannot allow the report that set this calamity in motion to become common knowledge. Were the masses to learn the fates of the other stars, I fear the situation would spiral out of our control. I must carefully consider who can be trusted, and bring them into the fold. Ordinarily, I wouldn't hesitate to call upon the 14. However, it was the desire for a fair determination that drove Hermes to attempt to erase our memories. Were he made aware of his actions, there is no telling whether he would remain a friend or become a foe. Alternately, we might try to alienate him from the convocation. Yet in doing so, we would deprive ourselves of a brilliant mind who would be invaluable in the crises to come. Quite the dilemma. Which is why I must work independently of the convocation. Regardless of how we proceed, if we are to permanently avert the final days, we must be equal to Hermes' challenge. We must prove that mankind is worthy to exist.
So Azim leaves the convocation, right? That being not Vana, but her protege, as it were. I'm going to guess that Vana probably, quote, brings Azim into the fold, then, as she just said. I'm guessing that one of the people Vana chooses to trust... Oh, wait, Azim did not assist with either. Okay, maybe not then.
And this hinges, I think,
maybe,
on how we confront the all-consuming despair that accompanies a senseless and seemingly inevitable end. Bewildered and divided, we would perish like the peoples of those celestial ruins. We could not hope to survive the final days, much less take the battle to Meteion at her nest. We must find a way to defeat despair, to unite and prepare as many as possible for the struggle ahead.
Right, I just didn't remember all the information.
Heavy will weigh the burden of guiding this legion of souls. Yet I have faith in mankind's potential. As long as he believes in himself, there is naught he cannot achieve. So I will not give up on him. On us.
I don't think that the whole game is stating that the inevitability of death negates the value of life, but I think that is what... Yeah, that is what Hermes ended up believing, and what Meteon ended up believing. We're specifically fighting against that idea.
You may find your world to be very different. Or perhaps the erasure of our friends' memories has sown the seeds of a conjunction between us. We cannot know until the moment is at hand. So shall I strive to do my best, taking naught for granted as I walk my path.
I think it would be funny if there were some changes to our present because of this adventure in the past, but they were very inconsequential things, like Thancred's outfit getting horizontally flipped and nothing else. I don't actually know how asymmetrical Thancred's outfit is. Thancred has dyed his outfit a different shade.
As you move forward, so too will I. As will all, resolved to fight for the morrow.
Right.
And when mankind has found the strength to stand against despair, we shall silence the song of oblivion.
Knowing the final boss name is making me, like, notice certain vocabulary that's being used.
Our journey is far from over. This I promise.
I get it. I get the singing part. Yeah, I don't think
Fare
this...
you well, my light of the future. Till we meet again.
I don't think this counts as it being promoted as an idea, personally. I think it's clear that we're fighting against the idea. And that the idea is causing distress. Well, that's because it will happen to a lot of people, probably. That's just how despair is sometimes. I don't think that she's saying it's inevitable, like... People won't take the cracks in the facade well. Seems like a reasonable thing to predict, given that she knows how the future is going to be to some degree, also.
From this day forth, I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of Vandania.
Oh. Well, well, there's the... Yep. Oh dear. We actually see it, huh? You know, that makes sense. Yeah, answer. Wait, answer is singular? Is this different from answers?
Even now, I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame.
Oh.
Where stars fall as tears, and screams darken the seas. Where resignation rots the trees. Where terror twists magics into abominations. Such is the lament of they who have gone before. The song of they who tried and failed to create a better world. The song of the end.
Don't show me that. Gross.
That which hides at the edge of the universe is no longer Hope's creation. It is hopelessness incarnate. That day, mankind saw half of its number sacrificed to bring forth Zodiark.
Probably,
And covering the star in a shroud of ether, we forestalled the final days. Yet the cries echoed still.
I can't help but wonder why
We
Venat
wept
didn't,
for
like, blast that
innocence lost.
monster. Like,
Wailed for death.
I guess they're
inevitable.
completely exhausted. And also her magic probably would have turned into another monster because that's what's happening, but
A
still.
reality too terrible to bear. And for too many who sought comfort in gilded memories of joyful days and tranquil nights.
Also too tired, I
This is
guess.
all wrong. Why must we suffer so?
It needn't be like this. No. There must be a way to restore things to the way they were. To reclaim the perfect paradise we once had.
It wasn't as perfect as you think.
No, my friends. Suffering exists, and we cannot pretend otherwise. No civilization, however great, could eliminate it. If we would live, we must accept it as our constant companion. Let us not seek to forget this tragedy. Let us carry it in our hearts, that we may grow stronger and know true happiness.
We can't accept it. We won't accept it. It will be ours again. A world free of sorrow.
No such thing.
No, it will not. For there has ever been sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting sting for a time. So please, open your eyes. To try and reclaim those lives we lost by sacrificing yet more isn't wisdom. It is weakness. No paradise is without its shadows. If we cannot accept this truth and learn from our pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
O mighty Zodiark! God, born of our boundless faith, we bid you, hear our prayer.
Well,
Accept this offering of lives, and deliver unto us the lives we once had. Deliver unto us the days of old, the days when the star was a font of love, and we knew naught but bliss.
Oh no.
You would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning and my purpose. My love. In spite of, or perhaps because of this, I choose to believe in mankind's potential, in his ability to find a way forward. So let there be no way back. From that temptation, I sunder us. No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise. Henceforth, he shall walk.
What exactly just happened? But I thought the sundering was something different. I thought
excruciating
that was when
pain.
Hydaelyn dropkicked
breathe
Zodiark or
fire
whatever.
And torment.
Were you already Hydaelyn at this point? Or was that wrong?
I birth a world of
Oh.
suffering, to mire and plague.
Well, you made cats exist. Huh.
In one fleeting moment, lives come and go, ever moving towards the unknown. And in that fleeting moment, they cry for the answer to the question.
I guess her eyes are extra glowy.
Why,
That is
given
something.
life, are they meant to suffer, to die? As fragmented, imperfect beings, yours is a never-ending quest.
Oh.
A quest to find your purpose, knowing your end is assured. To find the strength to continue when all strength has left you. To find joy, even as darkness descends.
She's fighting now.
And amidst deepest despair, light everlasting.
It's in the song, the quest name. I didn't know that. Jeez. Wow. Hey, a lot of stuff is happening and I don't know if I understand
Has
everything.
begun to form.
But
An intertwining of your time and mine.
we're here now.
When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable.
But no, I'm never gonna understand everything.
Then
My memory's not good enough
shall
for
I honor
that.
the promise made in another time, another age.
I don't have any specific questions. I don't know enough to have specific questions or remember enough or like smart enough. I don't want to say I'm not smart, but I don't know. That's not what I mean. I don't remember any specific questions I would have about things I forgot. Or something like that. You're now in the instance area, the Ocular 3. What do you mean I'm in the instanced area, the Ocular 3? Well, that just tells me that 6.5 has the Ocular in it. Thanks. Okay. Absolutely some crazy, wacky nonsense is gonna happen in this room way later, and I've been spoiled by the interface, I think. Report to Kryl. Frickin' okay. Hey, it's snowing. I guess it might not be the case that some wacky stuff happens in the Ocular in 6.5. Actually, having seen the patch notes containing screenshots, probably yes. So I already knew that anyway. So why did the Sundering make so many different types of people when there was only like one types of people before? I guess we'll never know that one. Hey. You have a knack for turning up exactly when needed, and this is no exception. Hey. Sucro, impeccable timing as always. They're all her ideas, maybe. Though I guess that would mean she had the idea for... She might have had the idea for Mikote because of Sucro. I'd heard you were often the first as part of our efforts to investigate the final days. I'm surprised they're not immediately like, Sucro, you look hella haunted right now. What happened? Well, as so often seems to be the case, while you were away, we've had some few developments, which we can discuss in a moment. For now, however, I cannot tell you how wonderful it is to have you back. How long was I gone in this time? Can we tell me that also? Carrying our song, the Song of Hope. We carry on the wind higher, oh, higher, or whatever. Elpiphoros. Feel like I should know what that means. As the heavens burn, hey, that's in the opening narration in the movie. In the opening movie narration. And also, Vishtola says it. It's stuff, I think. How is Kryle's news more urgent? What's happening? Yeah, that is a good moment of achievement, name. So have you learned aught more of the final days? Nod. And the journey was well worth the risk. No doubt your newfound knowledge will be a great boon to us all. Unfortunately, during your time on the First, events here have taken a turn for the worse. The Scions are running themselves ragged trying to contain the spread of blasphemies, but it's a losing battle. To try and ascertain the where and why of it, Alizé and Alphino have been traveling all over. Of all the regions they've visited, Locus Amonis is one of the worst affected. Thancred, Estinian, and Graha took a detachment of allied soldiers there to offer aid and succor to those in need. But the province is vast. They only managed to visit a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worth celebrating, still, but a drop in the bucket at least. In the meantime, Y'shtola and Master Matoya have been making a concerted effort to establish contact with Hydaelyn in the Ethereal Sea, but to no avail. As for Tataru and I, we've been keeping a close eye on the Forum. From what we gather, they've been constructing a vessel to ferry people to the moon. An ambitious project that has likely been years, if not decades, in the making. However, since we've seen no sign of it thus far, I suspect it's still incomplete. So they're making the lunar whale. Got it. You will also recall the proposal issued by Master Fortuno to the people of Radzet Han. Following their discussion, Vricha declared his support for the plan and urged those who wish to evacuate to accept the Forum's invitation. So far so good, but that's where things get a little strange. Yeah, I did know that the lunar whale is a cash shop mount, but I wouldn't be surprised if it also showed up here. Apparently, the Forum caught wind of the lunar teleporter in the Tower of Babel and decided to use it to deliver people to the moon instead of their mysterious ship. Is that bad? Therefore, to secure safe passage for the Hanish refugees to the tower, Alphino, Alizé, Estinian, and Graha traveled to Garlemald not long ago. Trouble is, the capital was hardly the safest place to begin with, and now... The final days have come to Garlemald. Oh. Well, that's bad. Shortly after our friends arrived, they were sent to rendezvous with Master Fortuno. Then panic broke out, and our communications were severed. From what fragments we were able to make out before the link shell went completely silent, we can only assume the phenomenon had spread to the capital. The others need you, Sucro. Please, you must help them. Determined, despite everything. Nod. Having you there will make all the difference, I'm sure of it. Camp Broken Glass was their first port of call, so you'd best start there. Hopefully Lucia will know where they are. There's no telling what you'll be walking into, so you'd best take every possible precaution. Nod. Alright, I guess I'll go do the thing. Here I go. I'm going to do the thing now. Okay, fine. I guess I'll do the thing. Wait, no. It's literally on top of an etherate. I've been through a lot, to be honest. But Sucro too. Me seeing that it's immediately another battle. Jesus Christ, game! Slow down, will you?
I'll be examining this.
Good grief. I'll be examining this. Hey, I think I'm gonna make this the thumbnail. Give me a second.
It keeps happening.
Just inexplicably, this will be the thumbnail for the video. Really intense enough for your liking? What do you mean? I mean, I did use a thumbnail of Hermes hanging upside down in a tree. Oh, okay. I wasn't sure, the way you phrased that sentence made it unclear to me whether or not you made a typo of some kind and you didn't like this. You gotta be kidding me. Yeah. Well. Hi. Sucro, and not a moment too soon. The skies over Garlemald are ablaze. Why can't I look at the weather in the middle of a conversation? But it's events on the grounds that concern me. As you will have heard, your fellow scions arrived ahead of you. We cut the customary greetings short after we received word from our troops on the Magna Glacius that the Forum's airship had landed. It was then that the heavens began to burn. I dispatched your friends at once to ensure the refugees come to no harm. I would have you join them immediately. Additional support is en route, but we will discuss them later. I trust you are ready to depart? Upon departing for the Magna Glacius, several cutscenes will play in sequence. We just had one of those. Stop it. You just did that. What are you doing? I feel every emotion on my stream deck. I feel this one, and 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 I guess this one. Maybe even that one. Maybe not this button. Clown. But I wanted to press it. I feel every one of those. Also, knowing what we know now...
Everything keeps happening forever.
There is absolutely nothing stopping Meteion from turning around and shooting the moon and blowing it up and being like, Lamau. Like
to
that.
The stars. You just posted cringe. I don't understand my love. All our books of pet.
Wow.
Destroy!
Pokemon Vietnamese Crystal and Pokemon Green Bootleg in the same one. But yeah, like, not only are all the planets elsewhere dead and there's nowhere the moon can go that has a place that you can live at, the moon is also a big target that can be blown up. So basically there's no point in trying to evacuate. There's nowhere to evacuate to, and the evacuation machine will get shot down. I guess I shouldn't say what the name of the final boss is, so I'll just keep saying Meteion for now. A mini Zodiark. Quick, summon Zodiark E-Guy. She's especially good at hounding things to the ends of space because that's where she is right now. So, like, she wouldn't even have to go anywhere. Alright. In addition, you will be required to participate in battle. Your progress will be saved at certain points. Please note that if you enter... Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Earlier, on the Magna Glacius... At least my body won't be stolen again. That was worse than this, probably, for me. Sucro is important. And having Sucro being stolen was, like, way bad. Things aren't going well for anybody.
No. No. We were promised an escape. Not the same doom we fled.
Still one of the creepier,
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste.
Fortuno, this is the final days. You're meeting it right now.
Calm yourselves. Your panic is our
Calm
greatest
down,
enemy.
you monster, horse, whatever you are.
We must build a line of defense.
Fortuno, why isn't anyone trying to kill Fortuno, actually? Yeah, that's true. Fortuno do anything. Fortuno did something. Or no, he didn't. Somebody else did something. Aha.
How?
He can jump really far.
To us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
We're going to have in this duty you will play as. Maybe. You know, I was honestly half expecting in this duty you will play as Vana and making me kill everybody in that one scene where she pulled the sword out.
I can handle this pair.
You shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
I can handle despair, says Istinian in response to Sephiroth in Dissidia saying, I will bring you despair. Okay, something about that close-up to Alphino running in like half slow motion was kind of funny. Wait, hey, let me look at my bar first, you butt!
Help is at hand.
It's fine, I know vaguely enough about... Wait, what do you mean Leveilleur diagnosis and regular diagnosis? Let me look at the bar... I cry.
Leave it to me.
It's fine, probably. Alphino, your bar is whack. Why do you have all of your attacks on the D-pad, you sage that you are? Okay. I figured it out. Leveilleur is the same as Eucrasian. He just doesn't have to use the thing that makes that happen. I got it. Except Leveilleur Toxicon, which is just Toxicon, but it's on a cooldown or whatever.
Those who can stand, come with me.
I figured it out. It's fine. It is a good way to cause panic in the player, though, is to give them a skill bar and then no time to read it. Oh.
You're safe now.
Oh, I thought... Okay, I thought you were going to use the healing action, TM, but that's close enough.
Easy now. Deep breaths.
Our allies will see you to safety.
For the refugees, but for yourself, boy.
Hey, shut up, man. Shut up, currently my dad. Since this is the role-playing segment. Don't like the look of that. Stay sharp. Wait. Yeah, I need to... Alphino, you don't even have your dang... Like, the... Frick, what's it called? You know the one. You don't even have the thing. The Sage thing. Like the signature Sage mechanic feature. That Sages have. No wonder you're a bad healer, according to some. Cardia, that one. Alphino, you don't even do cardio. I only hope my newfound abilities are enough, says Alphino, not having any. Yeah, I'll just spam my heal, it's fine. This is pretty funny, though, to have a heal check here. You're starting to get the hang of those things. I'm pressing one button. Man. There is also something just kind of quietly funny about Estinian turning away from a gaze attack to me. I feel like it's alright for them to do something like that in this situation. It's a different enough situation as it is that it's a different kind of challenge regardless. And you only have so many buttons, which does in fact make it like easier to do that sort of thing, I guess. And yeah, never spam your GCD heals, but that's all that you have in this case. So it feels like it makes more sense to intuit that you should do that here because that's your only option. Does that make sense? It's not the same as the regular gameplay, so the rules are different and it makes sense for them to be different here. I think. I agree with like it not really making as much sense in the Vana fight.
What?
Oh hey, Catastrophe. I didn't know your model was also here. Also, the Odin music is here, I guess.
I don't want to die.
Why is the Odin music here? Oh.
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape!
Hell yeah.
Wait, that's... Euless and the army. So, you've recovered then? In time enough to be of aid, for once. We can speak of it more later.
For now, we must fight! To repay your salvation in kind, or with better! For Garlemald has her pride!
I'm glad for this.
Of that, I've no doubt.
Yeah, Garlemald has a lot of pride, that's true. Estinian sprinting over there is kind of funny.
Of all possible saviors, the Imperial Army.
Yeah, get over it, man.
Oh!
I think it'd be funny if it was like, in the coming battle you will play as Fortuno, and then he can't do anything. He has no skill, he has no abilities, and you just have to dodge stuff.
To take all of them down at once.
That would be very funny to me.
Think a withdrawal might be in order?
Oh, sod that. You know who would never abandon these people to their fate.
What, you mean
To be
Sucro?
devoured by their former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
He was a practicing sage, but
Well,
somebody stole his newliths.
I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices. Now, let's go!
We're doing this again, where we alternate between playable characters a lot. Now I'm Alize. Calling Sucro you know who is funny. Okay, they're letting me read this time. We've lost too many already. Graha with me. I think this is probably the same as it was when I was Alizé once. Maybe. She has her limit break. Hey, Alizé, why do you have a ranged physical DPS limit break? That's wrong. Stop that. So yeah, use the combo. And use the other combo. I guess. And then use this for regular AoE reasons. Well. Given that I have a cure, they're going to ask me to do red mage things and heal sometimes. Istinian is fighting a laser troll in the background? Was that not actually a thing, or is that I just can't see it? I mean, there are lasers occasionally. Anyway. Is there no way to break the chain of transformations? There was a part of me that was like, why am I not grabbing aggro? I mean, I kind of was, but also I'm not a tank right now. Also, everything ignores aggro and goes for Graha anyway during this part, it would seem. Oh, Graha is doing healing sometimes. Aha! Watch out, Alizé. This one is not like the rest.
I'm fine.
I got hit by it because it didn't dash me to the center enough. See if I care, I won't back down. I've run out of voices to do, apparently. Alizé, why are you doing slow casts of the slow cast things that you're not... I think you're playing Red Mage incorrectly, Alizé. Or maybe I just don't remember which ones are which. I think I'm just... Well, yeah, I mean, they are.
Not done yet.
Oh, you can desync it with Verkir. Oh, yeah, I might have done that to myself. Now that you mention it. Yeah, I've made it correct now, I think.
None to worry about. The air crackles with energy. Find cover!
Wait. What? I got it wrong. Now over here. It's an inverse of the regular meteor thing. Which threw me off.
As they say, turnabout's fair play.
On guard!
Yeah, that's not the normal Red Mage limit break at all. It didn't, like, blind me enough to be the normal one. Also, it was aligned for some reason. Oh, that's the level 90 one. Okay.
There's not the barest trace of ether. Maybe there really is no way to bring them back.
Wait, are we gonna learn that we can bring them back with Dynamis? Probably not. I feel like that would undermine the threat a little bit.
Thank you for saving our lives once again. I remember you, from Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Ah, you're from Palaka's stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece. Or you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
Look out!
Just another of the exact enemy. Hey, isn't that the enemy that does that to you in the intro animation and you react in the exact same way? And then Sucro appears to do that, but now Graha's doing that. This is literally the intro movie, but they put Graha in place of the Warrior of Light. That's funny.
I won't lose them. Not a one. This will be a brighter future. I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve!
Get it together, Alize. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of Father, no less. You might never measure up to our champion. But we ask too much of her as it is. You mustn't let our sword in the darkness fight alone.
By the way, I'm over here. Hey, what's up? That line would have been funnier if I wasn't a paladin right now. Apparently, I'm taking my time today. A lot's happened.
Oh.
It's Sucro, yay! I'm back! You've done well in my absence, sir. This is precisely why you should never skip your squat regimen. I'm back! Huh.
I can look after myself, you know.
Hey, it's the line! She said the line from the intro. That's funny.
Everything's in order? I trust?
No, but we can wait for that.
I've had enough of this rabble.
Hey, it's the line from the intro. Hey, it's the camera movements from the intro. Hey, it's the intro again. And it works because I'm a paladin too. That's funny that the intro movie.
Oh, a trio for the ages.
Graha, we already have a tank. Oh. Something about that was very funny about me saying, Graha, we already have a tank, drawing my weapon, and he immediately changed. That's pretty good. Anyway. Also, it wasn't the Graha wasn't in the intro, of course. Look how much faster this thing's health goes down when Sucro is here too. I mean, there are 3 of us, so you could say it's for that reason. I think there's a little bit of latency shenanigans happening. Wait a minute. Hey. Stop that. Oh. Oh, that explains it. How many are there? I thought that was the enemy doing a move.
The last of the worst troublemakers. With me.
We haven't seen a Terminus Vanquisher before, but we have seen Catastrophe. Euless will see the refugees to safety. We must keep the beasts at bay. I'm pretty sure Alphino did a move that he didn't have on his bar just now. He did a Leveilleur Prognosis. You have the... Wait, what is going on here? Oh. Oh, okay. They're just gradually shrinking. Oh, was this right? I didn't remember that. So this was an Amarat. Is the thing I was saying I didn't remember it was that one. Game really likes this ring around the center of explosions, remember the order mechanic lately. Javelin? Did he? Isn't that just the Dragoon ranged move? Is that bad for him to have done that? We've got to protect Alphino. Oh, he did it from like 4 feet away. Oh.
Where were we?
Duty complete. Somebody in the background died and said they're done for. I didn't even notice the message. The beast's gravity field erupts.
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Wait, you do have a ship?
Your offer to host us in Sharlayan is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety.
Ship back to Sharlayan, that makes sense. It's slightly more safety.
What I can
for now
is that I will do all in my power to protect you. That power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon.
And then the moon will get blasted by
join us
the end of days or whatever.
And beyond, to new horizons. Come to old Sharlayan. Please.
Join us on the trail to dawn. Wait, no, that's later. Sorry. That's the next one.
We would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
Sucro slides into the frame. By the way, the moon will also die.
A new destination.
The people of Radzat Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Also, Fortuno is wearing something different in this scene, I think, than usual.
Yes. Well.
Behind you! Just there!
What is it? Oh. It's the one that looks kind of like the ragtime mouse again.
More of them.
That was a Reaper. Oh, yeah. I recognize the Reaper particle effects. What the heck are you doing here?
Xenos! Here!
I mean, I guess you had to enter the plot again sometime.
You'll be alright. Hurry to the airship.
Nod. I need to frown because Xenos is here. I almost forgot my face.
Why have you come?
And why is it... Oh wait, this music is the sad Garlemald music.
Unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying.
I had to add it to my bestiary. Or bestiary, or Pokedex, if you prefer.
Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
It doesn't even have any good rare drops. What a terrible beast.
Oh, for the love of...
My worstiary. Yeah, okay. I reached the same joke conclusion as you. Oh. You liked my line read of trailing off on the R for no reason? Fair enough.
That is and has ever been my sole concern.
I guess that is kind of what he sounds like.
You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry.
Man, the world is ending.
Your passion pales before mine, yet neither hate nor despair seem sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust.
I do want you to shut up and go away. Does that count?
The planet's dying, Xenos.
Yeah, exactly.
So I hone my blade, and I wait.
I like how the text-to-speech called him Xenos. That's weird. I'll go over here.
That's all you care about.
Yes. Haven't you been paying attention? I've been in the game's story since Stormblood.
Garlemald is in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone.
Yes, we've established. I don't care about that.
Along with so many of its people. Not just soldiers like us. Not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians. Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last.
Well, they should have been stronger and killed everyone instead, like me.
We who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing. You slaughtered your countrymen. You did. For what?
I thought it would be funny, but it was boring.
For nothing in the end. So much wasted effort.
This is kind of a parallel to the nihilism that was recently being mentioned in the past, because Xenos is a different sort of nihilist.
You bastard!
True.
For your own sake, Eulus, you must control your anger.
He'll kill you in one hit.
It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
That also. Either way, Xenos would kill you in one hit, though, probably.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
I think Hermes is a way better character than Xenos. I have a personal extreme hate for Xenos, I guess.
What?
That is an interesting line from Xenos there, though. You're not wrong.
If my motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome? If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof. Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends? Yet you would ask me why.
You know, I'm a little surprised Xenos hasn't turned into a blasphemy, considering his whole thing is like extreme nihilism, which is kind of like despair in a way.
Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy.
You think the Scions would say yes to that?
And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you, and you alone.
When I bought a Pokedex, I also bought a thesaurus. Yet again, the localizers and their word of the day calendar, a change of circumstances of fortune, typically one that is unwelcome or unpleasant. I guess that's kind of a point.
Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
Hey, your scythe is a gun scythe. Like, I think we knew that, but it's really obvious now that I'm looking at it. I feel like, while it is technically true that you have to find your own meaning in your life and all that, I don't feel like we have to hand it to Xenos at all for being the one to point this out. I feel like I can disagree with his point on the basis of him being Xenos, while also agreeing with it in a capacity that is separated from him. But maybe that's not how things work.
You are a blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death. But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you.
Yeah, that was quite a thing for Euless to say. I know that my answer to that question would be no. Because the ends don't justify the means.
So go. Go!
Is what I would say.
And may we never suffer your madness again!
In this case, anyway. I'm not mad, I'm bored.
Xenos! Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day.
I don't care about the time of day. I care about fighting.
You will never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly.
I guess I might care about the time of day if there was a fight scheduled.
To the stars. What's under the mask? I am very disgusted with my alien.
What?
Destroy!
I never expected the combination of I am very disgusted with my alien to show up. Callie. I am very disgusted is there because with the trashy man is there as a third line.
You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second.
I'm not agonized, I'm bored. I'm extremely exaggerating my Xenos voice now. His face actually moved like a fraction in response to that. I'm going to leave now. Over here. It does seem like that did something to him.
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being. There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish.
I mean, I guess.
Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
Oh, I guess Xenos is gone, so I can do this again. I can change to my neutral face.
Having caused such an uproar, 'tis only meet that I explain myself to the Ilzabard contingent.
Nod. Nod.
Allow us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned. If you would like to join as well, Euless, we can speak of recent events on the way.
I can tell you about how I went to the past and I learned all sorts of things that are very concerning.
He'll be after your seat on the forum next.
Thank you, Estinian. And the actual surprise from Fortuno at that line is pretty funny. Does Fortuno know who Estinian is? Like, probably not much. Yeah. We couldn't save them all, but if we'd arrived any later, it would have been a massacre. Things were looking bleak until you and the first show turned up. Though there'll be time later to discuss your journey to the first, there's one thing I must ask. Did you perchance speak with our friends in the Crystarium? Explaining. Lena and Becklug both warned me against overexerting myself? Strange that they would express such similar sentiments, identical in fact, but their advice is duly noted. I don't think it's that strange at all, Graha. Considering. This is the contingent space of operations, I take it? Is this like the first time Fortuno has been standing around as a guy that we just talked to? Maybe. At the very least, I'm glad our own members are accounted for. That the final days should manifest here too, after everything these people have suffered, is a fate cruel beyond words. Nevertheless, with allies old and new at our side, there is yet reason to be hopeful. It's been a while since we last spoke. For some time, I was not myself. Lucia and the others told me what happened that night, and about the events that took place while I was receiving treatment. It was only then that I realized the lengths you and yours go to. I know I might never be able to repay you, but I'll be damned if I don't try. Most of all, I want to thank you, all of you, for everything you've done and continue to do for the sake of my people. Level 83 Serpent Soldier. It's just over there. To see Xenos standing there so uncaring and unrepentant, gods, I don't know what came over me. I just blurted out the first thing that came to mind. Looking back on it, I stand by those words. I would say I hope they won't incite him to further villainy, but to be honest, I doubt he even remembers what I said. Anyway, enough about all that. It's good to see you again. Here's a sword loot box. Hey, we're at level 88 now, by the way.
No major injuries then. Good.
Not physical ones.
I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives. Though not all, I regret to say.
It was mentioned when I talked about how I was leveling up Warrior before, how it could make sense to switch jobs as like a story relevant like job change with some meaning to it. And I feel like I'm beginning to get a feeling for why that might actually happen. But not like a feeling I can easily express in words. I'm just imagining like the warrior rage is a manifestation of pure determination instead. Possibly Dynamis is involved. I feel like that would be relevant.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the Forum's envoy, Fortuno Leveilleur. And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
Do you think anyone ever says that something is unfortunate? Like they're trying to say unfortunate, but with a Fortuno pun? Do you think this happens? Yeah, okay, yeah, Emeliance absolutely does that. From like the brief view of what her character is like, definitely.
Wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time.
Also, like, they're, like, memories of Ardbert could probably play into warrior. At least in like main story quest canon of Sucro. But as I mentioned before, I feel like she probably also has some like woodcutting job experience from the past, and that wouldn't make sense. That would make sense to me. And also like interest in Nim and the Nimian Marines and scholar stuff probably led to some techniques from that, and so on. There's like a mix of things that could contribute to Sucro being a warrior.
In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships are taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
Also, like, it's been a while since I mentioned the idea of like Sucro summoning weapons from ether and whatnot. And like, often I would want to use the ether pool weapons as a representation of that, and Graha literally does that in the game. With like his weapons that he has, he summons the ether pool ones of different types and whatnot sometimes, except for his staff. His staff is different, but you know. So there's precedent for that concept too if I go grab the ether pool axe or whatever.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
I didn't process what the line of dialogue that just happened was. Hold on. Okay.
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions. Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
Also, this song is good. Euless is surprised and blinking a lot. Why is he looking at Alize? I guess he's just looking at everyone in turn. Nod. This whole time, Sucro's just like, when am I going to tell anybody about the complete
We swore
ridiculous stuff that just happened?
And so we shall.
Like, I know we're doing stuff right now, but I have so many things to explain.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Fortuno. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
Narrow eyes.
Though if you intend to again ask that Sharlayan alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
I swear.
Ominous thunder and lightning. Tell us about things.
Any other I would doubt, but you I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it. Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
It does. You have my thanks.
Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait.
Oh boy. You have no idea. Sucro smiles, but inside she cries. What? Detection of something.
Hear something just now.
Graha has detected a burger in the distance. Or perhaps something else. What? A Benoi! Why is Bunoi zombie? Blink blink. Oh, it's Pudding Way. Is it Pudding Way? Are we getting more Pudding Way? My wish become true? What? What is happening here?
Where is this star's blasted pudding?
I hope Pudding Way holds this pose for approximately 2 minutes or more. No, okay, never mind. The Legion.
Dawn may banish even the darkest night. And to this bitter clime bring warmth and comfort.
But not pudding. We couldn't find any. Also, hey, Urianger, you're back. I forgot you were gone.
'Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
I like you a lot as a character, Urianger, but I forgot you were gone because there's so much other information in my brain right now.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
Yeah, put on a coat.
Verily. I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our purpose
Oh,
ere
no.
I procure more suitable garments.
Audible shivering. It's the comedy hour.
Allow me to summarize. We're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans. It's rude, is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed.
I mean, I know we've seen Loporitz fight already. Yeah, also, why aren't you at Moon? I know we've seen Loporitz fight, but my immediate thought is that Living Way just pulls out like a extremely realistic pistol from nowhere.
So she says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Etheris. Urianger made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still.
The impending doom. Thank you, Mappingly. I think a lull here is needed. I think that is how storytelling works, but I understand, I guess, that opinions could differ. I don't know why my default, whenever I imagine someone fighting in a funny way, is for them to pull out a photorealistic, out-of-place, like, Glock or other pistol. For some reason, that's just very funny to me. I don't think we should give one of the... It did work for Emmett Selk, now that you mention it. But it wasn't, like, just a... Okay, it was like a flintlock, but, you know.
And it's not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom?
Marvelous, they say, yet not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Urianger's inferior works no more.
Urianger bad at pudding?
Hey! Maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom? Ahem. As I was saying, should you require any assistance with whatever, we are at your disposal.
Well, the world's ending, and also the moon's probably gonna end also, because...
We were born from Heidelin's love for the lives of this star, so naturally we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it?
That's a good point. Vinod did know everything and chose to make Funny Rabbit. So, question mark?
Not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Urianger made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit. From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
Forgive me, but are they...
They're from Moon.
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Hail, fellow. Well met. You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Livingway, Hydalin's right paw. That last bit is very important, as am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
I think...
bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us.
I think Vana probably both has a sense of humor and really likes bunnies. I think both of those things factored in.
Preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Sharlayan, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
Portiono walking into the Forum, holding up Livingway, both of them with completely blank expressions on their faces, or like Portiono with a blank expression, Livingway with the default bunny :3. He's just like, I found this. This is who we've been collaborating with. Several seconds of silence. Forum erupts into applause.
It was with reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loperites made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable.
Every sentence with the moon in it, abruptly, is still funny. 'Twas with reluctance that I set aside the moon.
'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart.
Good. Good to haveth you back. May thy disciples banish this darkest of night. You can only dunk on Urianger here. There's no option to not dunk on Urianger. Or, alternatively, one can interpret this as Sucro inadvertently picking up the speech habits of those she listens to, like I do sometimes. Actually, I think that's a nice character trait, so I'm going to say that that happens. And there's evidence for it. It's a nice character trait for Sucro to have, I mean. I'm not complimenting my own character traits. May thy disciples banish this darkest of nights.
I am no esteemed philosopher of Eld. Nevertheless, 'tis my hope that what little knowledge I shared shall serve them well, and perchance help save us all.
I often find myself inadvertently emulating the speech and behaviors of whatever media I've been looking at or whatever people I've been talking to. So I think it makes sense for Sucro to also do that, probably.
Will thou attend us at the Forum and lend thine own wisdom?
I guess I got some wisdom. I think we should get some pudding for Puddinway over there.
If that's all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death? Even I'm freezing out here.
Oh, I dare say you'll warm up quickly once you're aboard the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
Ah, that's why Hydaelyn decided on Bunny. Fortuno just doing the thinking animation. Quest accepted, sit next to a bunny on an airship. Oh no, we're here instead. Babeth Ironheart. Oops. Oh, you're a sightseeing log. I thought your name sounded kind of like related to somebody. I could have gotten this like a million years ago, probably. I'm not reading it. The text, I mean. It had not occurred to me that Endwalker would have vistas for some reason. We've probably missed 1,000 of them. Anyway. I dare say Master Fortuno was as nonplussed as we to learn the identity of Heidelin's Luna custodians. As he will soon discover, they have much and more to offer to the Forum. Might I suggest we return to the Annex forthwith? Checked out the descriptions of the... Okay, sure. We may yet have time to discuss thy recent adventures ere we are summoned to the rostra. Where... Hey. Interesting. As I soaked in all that something had to offer, I found my gaze drawn in one particular direction. Entranced, I reached for my quill and parchment. They follow a similar format to these. In my wanderings through blank, I found myself pausing in wide-eyed wonder as I looked upon the view before me. I knew that I must capture the sight in ink lest others simply pass it by. The ones on page 2. Oh. Garlemald. All that lay at the end of Dawn's journey. That either has something to do with... Yeah, that's either Elpis or... I guess that has to be Elpis, right? And yeah, that's true. How are they there? Wait, the Moon, Elpis, and the spoiler zones? Oh wait, okay, so all of the other all of the zones are at the end of Dawn's journey or whatever. Got it. Because there's still another place we haven't been to. Your guild ship hunt more. That specimen came from the moon! You know, that makes sense, I guess. So there's still one other zone I haven't been to, which is probably like the dark side of the moon or something. Is that a Destiny reference? I have no reasons for randomly guessing that the last zone is the dark side of the moon, other than that would kind of make sense. To me, anyway. No, the inside of the moon was well lit. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, time to explain a whole mess of stuff.
A famous, or infamous, line in the first Destiny is your ghost, the little orbiter guy, saying in a very bored and unexcited voice that wizard came from the moon.
Ah. Very well. Not that I'm complaining, Urianger, but I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. Nor I thee. In extolling the virtues of Aetheris, I did inadvertently awaken in the Loperites a desire to avert our beloved star's demise. Kryl tells us you have obtained new knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing efforts. I've news to share regarding our study of the Ethereal Sea, but your findings are certain to be of greater interest, and so I would rather hear them first. To what revelations did Heidelin's Elpis flower lead? Where do I even begin? Okay, good. She gets at least 2 animations and a fade out of explaining a whole lot of things. People don't seem as surprised as they should be. And this dynamis is what drives the final days. I'm guessing they spent all of their surprised reactions in the middle of the explanation. If it and Akasha are one and the same, this all but proves Nidana's theory. Were an entity through sheer force of emotion to channel this vast dormant reservoir into a raging river, its power might surpass even that of ether. Yeah. Even, like, the way Sucro is portrayed feels like she's less affected by this than she should be, in my estimation. Maybe that. But if our star is so replete with ether, said entity would need to be outside its influence to effectively manipulate the dynamis of the great expanse. Meteon. Or rather, the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilizations that she's been hoarding for millennia. Untold anguish and fear and hatred drawn from every corner of the universe, all for a single purpose, the destruction of Aetheris. Then our foe is no longer some unknowable calamity. It's a funny bird. That's true too, I guess. We have but one aim, to defeat Meteon. You make it sound so simple, but you're not wrong. Vanquish Meteon and we deliver the world from the final days. But to even attempt it, there are two conditions. First, we must determine her location. You know, I guess the final location could also be the end of the universe, somehow. Before Meteon escaped, an enchantment was placed upon her by Vana, the woman who had become Hydaelyn. The implications of temporal magics are not entirely understood, and so we cannot assume that our Hydaelyn and the Vana you met in Elpis are one and the same. Nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, I'd wager that Hydaelyn possesses the knowledge we seek. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. After all, she intends for us to flee Aetheris, not to stay. Do you suppose she's abandoned her pursuit of Meteon? The Vana I know would never give up, or no, but Meteon is still out there. She didn't seem like she was gonna give up. That's my impression too. Otherwise, she wouldn't have used me as a conduit for her will, or provided clues such as the Elpis flower. I believe she has been waiting for mankind's answer to Hermes' question. Nod. So what's the second condition? Gotta go to space. We must find a means to reach Meteon. Through space. Naturally, our chosen method will depend entirely upon wheresoever she's made her nest. Wait. The moon is an escape ship, which means it travels through space, so we have to drive the moon there, I guess. Maybe that was actually part of why she made the moon in the first place and not just as a means of escape. Then communing with Hydaelyn must, by necessity, come first. Did you and Master Matoya have any luck with your investigation into the Ethereal Sea? Sadly not, though we enlisted the help of Arenvald and other Echo-blessed allies, we couldn't detect so much as a whisper from Hydaelyn, even from within the Antitower. Master Matoya is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the Forum has found some other method of receiving instructions from Hydaelyn. If so, it would most likely be some form of apparatus for observing the Ethereal Sea built closer to home. Knock knock. Sorry to interrupt, we've just received word from the Forum. Your presence is required in the Rostra, where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus. Then Father was able to persuade them. Nod. They're finally taking us seriously. Let's hear what they have to say. That sounds like a mount description. Or mount item description for sure. 'Twas Hydaelyn's commandment in the event Zodiac should perish, the Loperites were to deliver the people of Aetheris from harm. Though that be at the limit of their duties, they possess knowledge unparalleled of the great expanse and the means of its traversal. Should they be persuaded to assist in our efforts to reach Meteon, we would do well to heed their counsel. Okay, so we're having the same idea about driving the moon. At first I wasn't sure what to make of Hermes and his motives, but it's like we discussed at the Great Work. When faced with the harsh realities of life, some seek the release of death. Others grow defiant. They fight. Either way, it is our right to choose. Well, that was a much quicker response than I was expecting. Nice to know our efforts at the Magna Glacius didn't go unnoticed. Father's granted us the opportunity we've been waiting for. Though we know not what information, if any, they intend to reveal, there's only one way to find out. The Rostra. I hope you don't mind me staying behind while you attend your big meeting. The Rostra reminds me a bit too much of the supremely scary tribunal in Ishgard. You'll forgive me if I keep my distance. You know, that's completely fair. After you left for Garlemald, I went to Labyrinthos and tried to reach Hydaelyn using the Elpis flowers. Alas, my attempts were in vain. I can only assume she spent a vast amount of her power in the confrontation with Van Daniel and is presently unable to communicate. Indeed, as her presence left my body, I could feel how faint it had grown. Master Matoya has suspected for some time that the Forum has been constructing a new facility for the purpose of surveying the Ethereal Sea. Of course, as the custodian of the Antitower, which would presumably be rendered obsolete as a result, she has a few things to say about that. Nothing that should be repeated in polite company, you understand. After sending Graha and Istinian back to Garlemald, I stayed in Locus Amonis for some time. Being an imperial province, it was already in turmoil before the onset of the final days. You wouldn't believe the difficulties we had overseeing the evacuation of the villages we visited. I have faith the detachment we left behind will continue our work and shepherd the people to safety. Now, what safety can be found in a world coming to an end? To think the Crystal Tower of the First is capable of such feats as sending one's soul into the distant past. The events you witnessed, and helped shaped, may yet hold the key to forestalling the final days. I'm reminded of dear friends in a future Ion made, whose selfless efforts saw the 8th Umbral Calamity averted, in this timeline at least. Too much has been sacrificed for us to abandon Aetheris now. So are we to assume that in that timeline, the Calamity happened and destroyed the world, and then Medion was like, oh. Well, now what? I've been charging this super emotion death laser for a billion hours. But the world ended itself anyway. So what do I do now? Hey look, it's a sightseeing log. I mean, she probably just, like, destroyed the planet that was remaining out of spite. Even if nobody else was alive to destroy. Oh, really? Interesting. I mean, Zodiac still existed, but the world she was going to end ended itself. Or got ended through other means. And then she didn't have anything to end anymore. The Forum is in session, and as such, the Rostra is closed to visitors. But I'm a cat. A scion of the 7th Dawn? Very well, you may wait in the corridor. Of course, entry will only be permitted on the condition you leave your armaments at the door. Lest you forget, this sacred institution holds rational discourse in the highest. The implements of war are expressly forbidden. I guess they'll be hidden in the cutscene then. That's fine. Oh, you can just go in here. I somehow didn't expect that. Oh yeah, time for the lookout command. Wait, hold on. I can get extra experience for warrior. Yeah, I did it. Extra dialogue if you show up wielding a book would be kind of funny. I could check. I could switch to Scholar or Summoner. Also, hey, they said the Forum was in session, but it's definitely not. And also I ran straight through it to get to the waiting room. Interesting to have peaceful music in here.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter.
Okay.
We are here to listen and to learn. But if the Forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends.
Also, everyone's weapons are in fact gone in this cutscene.
By your leave, of course.
Okay. Everyone nodding.
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
Are we gonna tell them about stuff?
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, at their request, on the Great Exodus. You may enter.
But you may not sit down. You have to stand here.
On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glaciers. We shall not soon forget your service to us, and the Satrap,
I accidentally pressed the button.
informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well.
We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Razathan, is what the line was. I accidentally pressed button.
As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin. First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Sharlayan has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Sharlayan citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after. Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Razathan was foremost among these. But since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
As many as we can.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, Are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This Ark, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient.
Something about ether burner is kind of funny. Can we power the ship with emotion? Dynamis?
The cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus. We are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem?
I guess that's a way
We shall
to
help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency. On two conditions.
I guess that's a way to enter the proposal that you
If
had.
we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
"'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the anti-tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Delightful as always, Master Alfino.
Thanks, Monteshane.
Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself.
Thanks, Monteshane. I mean, we know about secret energy that they don't.
Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration. I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
We do know about secret energy, and we know that it's important, so it's not like we're completely pulling the idea that we might be able to solve this out of nowhere.
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms?
What do you have to lose? I mean, I know what we have to lose, but what do you have to lose?
71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it. Fortuneau, as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of
Fortuneau
what
did not
person
raise his
gives
hand.
us, this is the will of the Forum.
Very well.
Show me the spaceship.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
Wow, it's almost been 6 hours again. Good grief. It's difficult to stop when the story starts, huh? My affinity for espionage may have earned me the title of Archon, but I was completely unaware of the Forum's plans. There may have been clues here and there, but had I been a mind to look for them, but contemplating that possibility only serves to further wound my pride. Not that anyone could have realistically surmised that their brilliant stratagem was to build a giant ship, fly to the moon, a still larger vessel in truth, and use that to travel to another star. Even now, the whole idea seems positively absurd when spoken aloud. Of late, I have seen no sign of the Loporrits, this being their first opportunity to experience the wonders of Charlie and the potential for misadventures nigh infinite. Truthfully, I'm probably going to ignore side quests. Perhaps if Midgard Tormur was still alive, in the traditional sense that is, he could have offered to help the vessel attain the necessary speeds. Then again, there's no guarantee his contribution would make enough of a difference to matter. The further we pursue the mysteries of the universe, the more I struggle to comprehend the fortuitous nature of time itself. We measure and quantify it based on observations of celestial bodies such as the sun and moon, but from your account it's unclear whether the ancients viewed time in a similar manner. I mention this because while Vana knew the final days would reoccur at a defined point in the future, she presumably had no way of knowing exactly when. Even so, the completion of the Forum's preparations to escape to the moon aligning so closely with the advent of the final days is surely no coincidence. I'm a little vexed that we've yet to learn of the Forum's replacement for the Anti-Tower, yet I expect that in time they'll share that too with us, and with Master Matoya, if they have any sense. I'll admit bringing up the issue of the Forum's incomplete arc was more than a little daunting. They were, to their credit, quite open about the current state of affairs. What was even more surprising, though, was when they took Alphino up on his offer. Oh, there's someone standing where Urianger is. I was confused. While I very much take issue with the Forum's approach to selecting whom to save and when, they're not wrong for wanting to minimize potential conflicts. Fortunately, if this plan of ours actually works, the Great Exodus itself will become entirely unnecessary. Rest assured, I have every intention of honoring the Forum's decision. Sorry about not letting the rest of you in on my plan. I was admittedly thinking on my feet for the most part. But since we require a means of communing with Hydaelyn and reaching Meteon... I missed a both in there. In the spur of the moment, I saw involving ourselves with the completion of the Ark as a way to work towards both objectives simultaneously. However, we must first keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem of the Ether Burner. I'd like to think it is not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, or at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. It might behoove us to learn how an ether burner actually works before we attempt to improve it, though. Right, there was the underground thing. Well, wait, no, wasn't that Labyrinthos? Portiono's ability to maintain a stiff upper lip is sorely being tested. Hey, is this a good stopping point, you think? I think it probably is, right? I just kind of got the impression, and also we've been going for 6 hours. Oh, it's bright out here. it is a very good time to stop. I think the filler, as you call it, will be fine. Like I said, I think we do need a bit of a break. And also, like, better to have the stream start with a more relaxed part of the story than jumping directly into chaos again. You're making it sound like it's not entirely unlikely that I could be... Why is there a locked box? Should you choose to undertake this quest, know that guidance from the journal duty list and map will be limited. You'll need to read the text carefully. It's one of these. Huh. Didn't expect that. What was I saying? Distracted by shiny box. Completely lost train of thought. Gone. Oh, right. You're making it sound like it's not entirely impossible that 6.0 could be completed this week, given that it's Tuesday. Assuming I'm able to stream tomorrow and Friday. And maybe even Thursday, who knows? Actually, is Tataru still in here? No, that's fair. And also, like... Right, I never... It wouldn't be... No, that's not the correct sentence starting words. We haven't worked out... I mean, I guess I haven't worked out how... what order to do stuff in after 6.0. And I don't think we're going... I think we'll be through 6.0 before 6.5.5 or 6.55 is released. Meaning that I will actually have to figure that out soon, maybe. Potentially. 6.55 is January, I believe. So yeah, we'll definitely get through 6.0 before then. Sucro will take a nap now. Anyway. That's for later. Thank you all for watching. As usual, borealrobin.card.co for any links that may be of interest. Following and subscribing also helpful. None of that is necessary. This has been Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. A whole lot of other stuff happened today. Geez, stuff doesn't stop happening in this game now, huh? And yeah. I don't know what else to say. There's so much stuff that happened. I am like that emote with the spin and fall over. Thank you all for watching. I'll see you at the next stream. I hope you have a good rest of your day and or night. And good night, everyone. Farewell.